Hello, everybody. No, I don't believe George Floyd has been resurrected yet. I wasn't aware of any ongoing efforts to do so, given that, as of right now, George Floyd is still more useful to anyone dead. So I don't believe there are going to be any takers. Hey there, sort of a demon. How are you doing? Thank you for the lurker check-in. Much appreciated. Hopefully, Kick is also with us. I guess I can, at the very least, do my due diligence check. Half the time I don't even remember that we're live on Kick. But I guess that is also a thing. What is that sound? Oh god, please don't autoplay shit. Oh whenever god, please don't autoplay shit. Oh, it's mostly on. Whatever is happening here is happening. We even have a follower on Kick. That's great. I feel nothing about this. Don't make me open this fucking window again. Alright, so let's quickly just burn through the React slop. I really don't want to dwell on it for too much. Just because none of it is terribly funny. It's just most of it. Like it's not even particularly interesting.
So Antifa took some major losses this weekend in Portland, Oregon, as you're going to see from a bunch of my videos, but they have decided in response that they are going to start training for the next round.
I keep hearing that sort of regurgitated in commie circles, like, oh, a fascist worked out today. Did you, my brother in Christ, if you had the personal efficacy to consistently train, you wouldn't be a communist, so...
Check this out.
What is even... Uh-huh. Oh.
Man,
the battle squeal definitely sells it.
She seems upset, and that's absolutely terrifying stuff. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
What is she, like 4-0? Alright, meanwhile, Japan bros, as always, deliver. Apparently, Japan is about to, is going to start manufacturing light-bearing holsters. And you know what? When Japanese airsofters speak, I listen. Casually practicing felony assault, I know, right? 30 stream streak, absolute W, sort of a demon. If only all Oni Dojo members were as diligent as you are. Hats off, sir. You know what? I think it's about time we make you VIP. Just a second. As a small token of my appreciation, let me see that role manager real quick. Let's add new. If I can spell. All right, there's sort of a demon, and there you go. You have your enjoy your VIP status. Mic running a bit low. You're pretty sure she couldn't even kill someone like that? I mean, an aluminum bat can do stuff, especially around the skull. My sort of a demon, can you give me a second opinion on that? Because the microphone is on the identical settings it's usually at, and OBS is showing it as, you know, the usual. So that might be a headphone issue on your end. No, Terry. Also, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I am about to see what the Japanese are offering in terms of their light-bearing holsters. It kind of looks like an off-brand alien gear, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but let's see what they can show us.
さまざまなウェポンライトやハンドガン、光学機器に対応するホルスターができました。
Oh, so it's like a universal. It's a universal holster, so it's not even locked into specific lights or guns. Okay. I'm kind of iffy about that. I kind of like my holsters to be, you know, form-fitted, so...
あらゆるハンドガンとライトに対応する次世代のウェポンライトホルスター。今回です。
So the next generation of weapon light holsters. That's going to be gun and light agnostic.
マルチフィットウェポンライトホルスタールクス、こちらをご紹介していきます。本製品はですね、さまざまなウェポンライトを装着したハンドガンに。
Okay, so what do we have here? A pretend surefire. Nicely checked. Blackhawks was the primary manufacturer offering broad semi-universal holsters. I see. There is a Black Hawk on display there. Maybe they're just white labeling Black Hawks and reselling it to the airsoft market, which I hope is not the case. That looks like an Olight knockoff, and the other one looks like an
幅
X300.
広く対応できるルクスシステムライトユニバーサルエクストラクトシステムを搭載した汎
That is the most Japanese name ever.
用性の非常に高いホルスターになっております。で最大
So, okay.
の特徴ですね、使用するウェポンライトですとかハンドガンの形状に合わせてこのホルスター自体を調整できるようになっているということなんです。
So, okay, so you can regulate it to fit specific lights and handguns, as opposed to it just being completely universal.
下側のネジの調整で各種ウェポンライトのフィット感が変えられます。
Aha, so by adjusting the tension on the lower side screws, you regulate the tension to make sure that your specific light fits into one of the locking contours on the lower end of the holster. Okay.
上側はハンドガンの大きさに合わせて高さの調整ができ
Ah, and then you have the module that moves up and down to accommodate the height of your slide and optic. Okay.
ます。後部のロック部分はハンドガンの全長に合わせて
Ah, okay. The rotating hood is also regulated. Okay.
なんと3段階の調整ができます。
Even has an ALS system. Okay.
マル
Okay.
チフィットウェポンライトホルスタールクス、こちらなんですけども、このプッシュボタン式のロック、このようにワ
Yeah, yeah.
ン
This
タッ
seems
チ
to be
でロッ
that.
ク解除という形と、滑らかな内部設計によ
Although I have to say, I do, from what I'm seeing so far, I prefer the Alien Gear sort of rapid release. Oh, okay. I already need to ban someone on Kick. How do I ban you? What is the button to ban you? You fucking creature. This is what I don't like about Kick so far, is that I need to go into my browser to manage things. Browser. Let's see. Well, it's no longer there. I guess it works, it just doesn't show up in OBS for me. Which I guess is fine. It just means that I need to patch in. The ALG Leo retention holsters are pretty nice on the release function. Yeah, yeah.
いですね、直感的で素早いドローを可能にしているというホルスターとなっております。このロック機構をワンプッシュでオープンしていただいて、こちらの M17CO2 今ついているのはですね、オーライトの PL3R
Not the Olight. You can't have grenades in Japan, my guy. What are you doing?
なっております。じゃじゃんとぴったりと入ります。収納するときはライトが保持されるように差し込みまして、このように上のカバーをロックするだけでホールドが可能となっております。ドローの際はですね、こちらの
Are streamlights illegal in Japan or something? No, they're just expensive. That's it. I think that's the thing. You need to understand these are... Hey there, Nutlinkara. You need to understand that Airsoft doesn't have to deal with surviving recoil, because what recoil in Airsoft? So they can go significantly down market for a lot of their things.
プッシュボタンを親指で押し込んでいただいてロックを解除、そのまま引き抜くことができます。これでドロー完了です。そしてですね、本製品にはこの腰のベルトに装着可能なパドルが標準で付属しております。
I'm not a fan of paddles. I prefer to work with well, I'd say I don't like this particular paddle that like tucks inside of your pants. I prefer the low ride Safariland paddle, but I'm sure it's compatible.
このパドルのレバーがここにあるんですけども、こちらを下げることでこの
You will mail this man a streamlight just so that he stops mounting that shit.
ようにホルスターの着脱、これがワンタッチでできます。
We'll have to organize that. If I 100% lock in a visit to one of the Lilac stores, I will inform you of my intent to do so, and we can organize purchasing a streamlight for him together.
ちなみに皆さんお気づきでしょうか、この M17 の CO2 には ドットサイトが載ってるんですけども、このルクスにはちゃんとドットサイト載せた状態でも装着可能という感じになっております。大きすぎるドットサイトの場合は少しここの
I just don't. I think that paddle is supposed to be tucked in it. You just hook it around the belt. Well, I don't use a paddle like that. Mine, I have a Safariland paddle, and that one is just threaded onto my battle belt. I've never used that other one just because I prefer the lowride ones.
ガード部分が当たってしまう可能性はあるんですけども、このようなドクターサイズですとか RMR などの標準的なものだったら大丈夫なんじゃないかなと思います。
Okay, so as long as it's not a large enclosed optic, it should be fine.
それではこのようにベルト
See, I think he tucks it in. Like, it's behind not only the belt, but it is also behind the jeans.
にパドルを装着してみました。こちらパドルを装着したらルクスを装着してください。このホルスターの角度はですね、このように簡単に変えることができるので、お好みの角度で使って。
I prefer to use Blade Tech. They have a round, like disc-based mounting system that allows you to cant it the way you like it, but that's a way to do that.
みてください。そしてドローをするときはですね、こちらのプッシュボタンを親指で押していただいてロックを解除。
Okay, so it's completely just like an alien gear.
そのままハンドガンを引き抜くだけでドローができちゃいます。そしてホール
I'm not sure you're not sure you like how detachable that is. There's probably some kind of locking mechanism he's not like showing on the spot.
ドするときはですね、この上
Again, I prefer the hard locking blade techs just because they lock in. The contour fits an ALS pattern, not an ALS, a Safariland. It isn't. Is it an ALS fork? However, whatever the fork is called. Is that Rawhide Kobayashi? I don't know. First of all, I think you've made that name on the spot. Made up that name on the spot. So.
ウェポンライトをホルスターにスーッと差し込んでいただいてロックをかけることでホールドが完了となります。このロックがあることで、サバゲーとかでね、どんだけ走ったりしてもこのハンドガンが飛び出したりすることはございません。安心ですね。
Rawhide Kobayashi is an ancient meme. Well, I apologize. I am not up to date on all of the niche and long dead memes. But Notary, as you can see, it seems to be largely in place. The thing about Japanese airsofters is that they do have a wider use case for those, so I guess at least hardware is a scenario that most of the gear they sell is going to be tested for.
それでは一連の動作を
Probably not hard contact. It's a guy making fun of the white guy in kimono. Okay, let's see. First of all, you didn't post it. You sent it to me in DMs. Oh, okay. I see what it is.
一度試してみたいと思います。
It's a variant of Cowboy Tanaka.
このように安定した動きできちゃいます。ちょっと早めにやってみましょうか。これね、本当慣れてくるとかなり素早くできるんじゃないでしょうか。
Okay, here's my question. Does having the hood drop with the same release button as your ALS system, doesn't that sort of defeat the purpose of having two separate retention systems? Because, like, normally in most Safari lands, you will slide the hood off, and then you will flip the ALS fork, the rapid release button, as you're forming your master grips. So that's my concern here. How's my week been so far? It's all right. You know, it's a business week, so not a lot to comment on.
いいですね。
And you know what? Sometimes uneventful is nice. It's okay to have. I am back on my katana hyperfixations, so I guess I might make some moves in order to procure a proper cutting blade sometime in the near future, I'm going to say.
ちなみにですね、本製品はですね CQC ホルスターシリーズ専用アタッチメントにも対応しているんです。ババン、この
Okay, so it's part of the attachment method is part of their CQC uh, lineup of attachments, which like it's again, I prefer the Blade Tech ones because they do what I want them to do. Sure, you do you, King.
モールプラットフォームを使って装備のモー
This one fits on Molly's
ル
potentially.
部分に
On Molly webbing, excuse me.
装着をしたいですね。こちらのドロップベルトループ、これを使って腰からオフセットさせて使っちゃったりもできちゃいます。
Oh.
では
Okay, so they have a version with a drop paddle as well.
せっかくなのでこれ3ピースモールベルトに装着したモールアタッチメント、これにつけてみたいと思います。このようにお好きなモールベルトにこのルクスを装着することができちゃいます。
How does it lock is the real question.
こうやってね、あなたの慣れたファーストラインにこのようにホルスターつけることができるのでいいんじゃないでしょうか。そしてですね、このホルスターの取り付け位置をもうちょっと下げたいなみたいな方にはこちらの
So for those who want a lower drop, there's your drop holster paddle, legally distinct from Safariland.
ドロップベルトループ、これがあればこのように少し下げた状態でドローすることができるという感じになってます。で、ちなみにですね、これ僕は今このサイストラップを取り付けて、ちょっと暴れにくくな
So this is the thigh strap
ん
variant.
てのもしちゃったりしてます。これだとね、なおさら
God. So I was watching a Kersha stream, and I swear to God, she's been looking at like it was ice in Minnesota and whatnot. I choked thinking about that. So she sees some of the guys who have a thigh strap for their they're basically a hip retention for their drop holsters, and I swear to God, she calls it a tactical garter belt.
ホルスターの出し入れが簡単になります。いいですね。今
I don't know, man. According to Sig, a key would very easily find its way into that gap between the trigger guard and the holster and pull the trigger.
回ですね、このルクス、名前がですね、マルチフィットウェポンライトホルスターというんですけども、銃以外にもライトをいろいろ付け替えしても
She likes them because they enhance the bulge. I believe she at the moment when I was watching, she preferred them because it enhanced the cake.
楽しめるという感じになっておりまして、今ちょうどですね、ハイキャパにこちらインフォースのライトつけております。これもなんと入っちゃうんですね。こういったね、ゴツゴツしたライトが入るホルスターってなかなかないんですけども、このように簡単に装着ができ
Okay, so he's explaining that it also fits like a wide array of lights, even ones with extremely wide profiles. All the shit as Minnesota has drained all the hope out of you. Why? The only reason to lose hope over what's happening in Minnesota if, nothing was happening. If the admin basically said, okay, we're going to leave. No, they're making arrests. The leftists can chimp out all they want. We're going to get into some of the news about that momentarily. But the reason they continue to chimp out and the reason they continue to get more desperate by the day is because what they're doing is not working. ICE is there and they are doing work. So again, do not listen to the black pillars. First of all, because they are retarded. And second of all, because that is just not a productive way of engaging with reality. Things are happening. I am sorry to burst your bubble, but this was never going to end up with Somalis being hanged off lampposts. Don't worry, we keep the wirebacks in check here. I gave him a crack of the whip so that the Auto Janny knows his place. Well, Garm, I encourage you to exercise healthier thinking. 2026 is the year of happenings. Well, you see, and they're mostly good happenings too. It's not like bad things are happening. We're getting gradual improvements. If anything, we are reverting a lot of the wrongs of the world to the way they're supposed to be. It's absolute despair in California. No, California is a fucking lost cause. I can see how you can become black-pilled living in California. Brits are the same. I frequently observe perfectly agreeable Brits black-pilling for no reason at all, just because, well, you try being British and not blackpilling. Delegate Anderson in Virginia has introduced a bill to make it illegal for agencies distributing benefits to verify the eligibility of recipients. Basically, he wants kickbacks like those Minnesota lawmakers get. Yeah, we're gonna have to look at Virginia because they've been printing some shit. Like, they've completely gone off the rocker, and I would very much like to see Republicans sometimes also go off the rocker in the opposite direction. Because holy shit, there needs to be a counterweight to that. You're doing your jogs and you've seen shit like Justice for Renee. It's getting graffitied everywhere. It's so funny how they're still trying to force that to happen, and it's just not happening because all of the client groups are just refusing to engage with that shit. They're all like, no, say her name is for black women only, actually, as a white woman. And all that shit. Like, George Floyd was not deemed an appropriate sacrifice. So many white pills, why choose the black ones? Yeah, exactly. Renee got justice. Muzzle velocity. Hell yeah. all 3 bits of it, too.
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Exactly. If she had a little bit more of that, maybe she wouldn't have found herself in that situation. It's George Floyd. Say her name. Her name was George Floyd. We should start commenting that, like, under every post about the shooting.
しちゃうと。しかもハイキャパが入るホルスターって結構ねグロック
Remember that a few drinks in, all lesbians return to factory settings? I wouldn't generalize like that. I can't drive. Well, see, the problem is that she could.
とか
Just not well.
M17 とかと結構相反するホルスターだったりするんですけども、これはなんと一つ
My favorite one is, well, she's just a soccer mom on the way to dropping off her kids. Really? How many of her kids does she still have custody of? And what happened to the ones that she doesn't? Was allowed to. The Saudis might have a point. Yeah.
でいろんなライト、いろんなエアソフトガンに対応するというもう優れものなんです。こちらのマルチフィットウェポンライトホルスタールクスなんですけども、ライラックスでどんなエアソフトガン、どんなライトが入るかみたいなのを検証したものはライラックスのオフィシャルサイトに適合リストを掲載しておりますので、そちらをご参考にしてみてください。とは言ってもちょっとね。
I actually want to take a look. Multi-fit holster. You know what? Out of stock, motherfucker. I was about to say, you know what? This is like a better value for money. Oh, it only comes with... Okay, I like this holster significantly less now. If it just came with ALS for that... So again, it's like if it wasn't in their proprietary mounting system, it would have been a no-brainer, absolutely. For 7,000 yen, that's $60. That is nothing. You know what? For $60, I would have just bought it, actually. Even with the funny mounting system, I would have just also bought their not the Molly one. Where is it? I would have just gotten the drop holster paddle. Alright, their site is nigh impossible to navigate for obvious reasons. I am so upset that this is out of stock. Why? When did this video go live? A day ago, and they're already out of stock. Really? Really? God damn it. Your first test of the locking system would be try to twist it if it caught on something. I'm trying to think if that is something that I could potentially backfill. But damn, that sucks donkey balls. How do you have something and it's just instantly out of stock? A day. It wasn't in stock for a day. I am genuinely upset by this. Now accepting reservations. Can I? No, can I not place a reservation? I guess I'm gonna have to wait for them to be back in stock. Survival game gear. Chest rigs, legs panels. Lilacs exclusive. Custom parts. I guess it's gear? Oh, gear as in, okay. Okay, it's the, like, literal gears. Give me your reasoning, then you started cleaning up your dinner. I see. Well, you can feel free to give me your reasoning. I am probably going to disagree. Uh, bu- 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 bu. Cerakote. Chris Vector. So that's like gun specific, custom parts, scopes, optics, drill, suppressors, electronic parts in our barrels, gear, cylinders, springs, chambers, pistons, magazine. Also, that's like actual parts. Okay. Apparel and wear, I guess? No, that's a little bit too broad. Honestly, the drop holster. Does it link to the drop holster if I just look it up like okay, it does. Also not available. Available in FDE. In the okay, so 3,000 yen for the paddle, which is what, 20 bucks? 60 bucks for the holster. Yeah, that's still a better offer than a Safari Land. And you don't need to get a new one for like each gun you get. That is hard to beat. If only they were in stock, I would love to give them my money, but I guess they don't want my money. International shipping is not available. I mean, that's something I can solve for. I can get someone local to pick it up for me. Compatible models. Okay, so there is a list of a finite list of things that are available, that are compatible. Glock 18, 22, 34, 19. No 17s. Interesting. So it's only for short slide Glocks. Sig P226, Glock 18C. I guess they're going off of I mean if the P320 is all right, list of lights that fit, okay. Okay, so it's not like universal, but it's universal enough. Mostly because it feels like aren't really fighting back, more so letting terrorists walk over us while our law enforcement gives up because they're corrupt and Orange Man being distracted by. Well, first of all, Linkara, multiple of those points are incorrect. Hey there, Gecko. For one, our law enforcement is doing their job. Like, as I've said previously, despite all of the leftist chimp outs that are happening in Minnesota, ICE is still doing their job. The arrests are still happening. They're still completing their missions, day in and day out. The good men of ICE are there and they're delivering. So that is one component of it. Second component of it, they've already sent out subpoenas. They're starting to pursue people on charges through the FBI. Could they have done it a little bit quicker? Probably. But you need to remember that they need to have an ironclad, airtight case before they can start going after, whether we like it or not, elected representatives. Look at the state of Minnesota. They have the representatives that they deserve. So, for all intents and purposes and for all legalities, you need to not leave them an out, try to invoke any form of immunity. Because elected representatives have a layer of protection even when they blatantly break the law. And you need to be absolutely sure that you have an airtight case that you're going to bring against them when you actually try to action whatever suspicions you have. The Greenland thing is an external thing. It has to do with our larger external perimeter. It's not less. It's not more or less important. It's two halves of a whole. These are both components of a strategy. You can't, again, the mindset of let's just self-isolate in America and just not engage with the rest of the world. I'm sorry, America first does not mean America only, in the sense that America only continues to exist in its current state. And I mean all of the positives that we are used to. For example, a currency that doesn't rely on any domestic manufacturing for its inherent value. So long as we hold the rest of the world by the balls. If our capacity to have our capacity to have a currency that we can just print and it doesn't devalue the way that the Iranian real has is hedged up against the fact that we control shipping lanes and we have the largest navy in the world, the largest air force in the world, and the second largest air force in the world, it belongs to our navy. So as part of that, we need to have a substantial presence within our immediate theater of influence. And then we also need to make certain power moves that reach as far across the both bodies of water that surround us as all the way into Europe and all the way into Asia. So in the moment, if you don't like I understand the frustration of not seeing Antifa just immediately get all of their fucking teeth broken on the spot. That is also a very sort of short-term pattern of thinking. Immediate gratification feels nice. It usually doesn't do much for you in terms of, tangible results. And the administration has demonstrated on a number of occasions that they're actually very good at calculating multiple steps ahead before they actually try to do something. So again, it's a conversation I've had multiple times, like Blackwater wanted to deploy and execute deportations or something. Well, see, the problem with doing that is that you're still engaging with American citizens. And the difficulty with that is that American citizens are inherently more valuable than non-citizens. That's why Blackwater or other private contractors were allowed sort of more or less loose operational the rules of engagement outside of America because, well, from the standpoint of American law, who gives a fuck? These aren't Americans. Once your potential adversary is other Americans, it become you stand on legally shaky ground. That's why law enforcement has that very special role that's maintained in our society. And that's why they are vested with very special powers, and those powers are limited by their rules of engagement for interacting with American citizens, because American citizens are inherently sort of benighted with certain inherent rights and privileges. Problem is that certain malignant elements will try to skirt as close as possible. Just a second, let me ban this. Whatever the fuck this is. So the problem is that you will have malignant elements who try to abuse the rights that they have been granted in order to intercede in lawful activity. So Minnesota is currently doing that. Fortunately, they're also retarded, so they don't really know what's legal and what's not. And these people will frequently get themselves into trouble, and it's not trouble that can be dismissed by an activist judge or a local DA. They are catching very real, big boy, federal charges kind of trouble. So observe the process, Would I like the Republicans to be a little bit more uniform in their efforts? Yes. But it's usually a problem of them not falling in line with Trump and trying to basically adopt a title of the sane moderate. Basically, they are redcoats. They are preparing for a bad midterm, and they're preparing for a reverse pendulum swing in advance, a little bit way too early. So they're trying to make themselves more palatable, at advertising themselves as, I am the reasonable conservative who will permit you to win and then kill me last. I hope that helps.
我々だけでは検証しきれない部分も正直ございますので、ぜひこちらのルクスお買い上げになった方は X なので適合しましたよみたいな投稿をしていただけると非常に助かります。なおですね、ウェイポンライトを使わずに使えるホルスターをご希望の方はですね、40機種以上のハンドガンに対応するこちらの 40-way
Oh, that's their 40-way holster that's specifically made for non-light bearing ones. That's less interesting. Again, I'm not a fan of the mounting system, just not something... I wouldn't call it a rant sort of a demon. It's more me getting into... I don't believe I lose composure when I explain these things. If anything, I may suffer a little bit from walking in circles for a slight bit, but I hope I get my point across. All right, what is this? Sanai Takaichi declares the dissolution of Japan's government. The House of Representatives will be dissolved in 2 days. It is necessary to submit our actions to the judgment of the people. Let us unite and make Japan prosperous. Interesting. So she's calling what I guess is a spot election. What does this mean? Triggering a snap election within 40 days. This allows the government to seek fresh mandate from the voters amid political challenges. It's a common tactic with Japan's parliamentary system to reset, potentially strengthen her party's position. Okay, I would like to see more Sanseito seats. I'm sorry, Jiminto doesn't really deserve more seats. So no, I would like to see a big Sanseito swell. And I would like to see her be forced a coalition with them.
いただきますようお願いをいたします。で、明後日、23日に衆議院を解散します。総選挙については27日公示、そして2月8日投開票で、進めたいと思います。一昨年、
Okay, so snap elections in February. Interesting. Let's take a look at that, how that pans out. Good to know that Japan has one of the best prime ministers in history. Again, yes and no, because how should I put this? The Japanese Iron Lady. You complain about the Orange Man not really doing a lot, but you glaze Takaichi even though she does even less and talks even more shit. Like... You're not being very even-handed here. I understand that, you're an American taxpayer and you can ask more of the Orange Man, and that's understandable as it should be. But let's also be fair here. He's done significantly more. For one, he's cratered gas prices. And it's not just from, you pay less at the pump. No, gas prices and logistics in general, given the fact that most of our logistics are automotive based, gas prices actually make a big part of the end user price of most of your things. Thing Japan. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. And listen, I am also frequently guilty of that. I am also a frequent practitioner of thing Japan. All right, let's see. Stone Toss did a thing, I guess. What is this?
Attempts at controlling Charlie, he kept using his human right to free speech and stood up for what he believed in. This was illegal. Although the police successfully arrested many natives for sharing memes on Twitter, there wasn't enough
unless you live in a blue shithole, then gas prices are still $5.99 a gallon. That is, again, that is a problem of your blue shithole. I am sorry, but how should I put this? Not only do elections have consequences, but you passively not participating in your local elections also has consequences. Not to overquote Kershaw within the span of 10 minutes, but I also don't like voting for Republican do-nothings. But right now, the alternative is people who actually want to fucking kill you. So if you want better options, you have to get involved locally.
Persecution.
Like, I am doing my part. I've raised more than 20 grand for gun advocacy groups last year. I did my part for last year. I'm good. I'm definitely not sitting in front of a glass house, so I can throw that particular stone at everyone else. You'll always vote, you always get shitted on. Again, voting is not enough, especially if you're in California. I'm sorry, California is only fixed by local organizing. That's what you have to do at that point. You either try to make a difference on the ground, at least in your immediate surroundings, which, will require a significant investment of time, or you can leave. Voting, it is effectively voting with your wallet, because by leaving California or Colorado, yes, by leaving the places that are turning bad, you are depriving them of your tax money. You are opting out of paying for the shitty things they do. That is why we have the freedom to move between states, because we can effectively defund the state-level governments that we disagree with. That's why New Yorkers are, well, not only New Yorkers, that's why people of any significant net worth are fleeing California and New York in droves. The Google founder has officially left California. It's only a matter of time before you go to San Antonio. San Antonio is a high crime area. Although it depends. Parts of San Antonio are pretty okay. Like, as the closer, just like, oh, no, not that high. Although the concentration of Latinos is significant in certain parts. For some reason, the higher crime ones, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but the nicer parts of San Antonio are the ones that are the closest to the Boeing, and I believe Lockheed Martin is also there. So the closer you are to them and the airbase, the better off and the safer you are. And as a added benefit, you get to vote for Brandon Herrera as your congressman. It's gonna be cute seeing New York collapse because of the absolute pussy of an alleged Muslim mayor. You and a buddy have been planning to do a trip through Texas. Sure, go do it.
And so Charlie and his friend Amelia were able to speak. This was a major attack on democracy, which unfortunately led to the election of leaders who wanted to protect the indigenous and their culture. As a result of Charlie's actions, all the immigrants went home, and because of this, there was much less demand for housing, which naturally caused house prices to plummet.
You'll love to
This
see it.
unfortunately meant Charlie could afford to buy a house for himself, a house that could have gone to 10 Somali men. Not only that, but with the huge amounts of migrants gone home, there was much less competition in the jobs market, meaning Charlie and all his friends found jobs that could have gone to migrants. Eventually, Charlie went on to marry Amelia. They had 4 children, all of which had white skin. This was clearly racist. Despite all this, Charlie was somehow happy. But at what cost?
Absolutely
Millions
fantastic.
of foreigners who came to the UK for free housing and social welfare now had to return home and work for a living. Crime rates mysteriously plummeted, which meant the prisons were virtually empty. This saved hundreds of millions of pounds, money that could have gone to providing migrant grooming gangs with food and
if Greenland becomes a state, first of all, not Linkara, you never allow your freshly joined territories to vote. Whatever the fuck do you mean? Of course we're not making them a state. They get to be a protectorate. They get to be a cold Costa Rica at best. Somalis breed like rabbits. Chances are those kids are severely inbred. Statistically, yes.
shelter during their stay in prison. And it was all thanks to this right bunch of Charlies. Or should I say far-right bunch of Charlies.
Alright, however infrequently, sometime Stone Toss delivers. Sometimes more often than not he misses. He thinks that noticing is usually the default correct response, and that's why most of the things he's put out recently is slop. But sometimes a good stone toss thing just hits. All right. If Reddit was a person, has apparently responded to people pointing and laughing, quite understandably so. So let's hear it.
People who are looking at me in horror or laughter or pity should ask themselves what that says about the $50 billion platform that is Reddit.
I mean, remember when the Reddit founder said that if it was not for illegal immigrants, then Reddit wouldn't exist, and everyone said, "Yeah, that's the fucking point." You have more funny editing of Stone Tossers. Post with AI. Makes it... Wait, what? You have more fun editing the comics Stone Tossers post with AI? Makes it more meaningful too? There are... I suspect you've been typing at haste, and there's a number of typos there, and that's obscuring the meaning of what you're trying to put forward there. It's shit, no big surprise? Yeah.
Every insult that you have against me about how I'm incompetent, about how I'm biased, egotistical, power hungry.
No, I would say calling you a Reddit mod is an insult enough.
Etc., all that. And ask yourself, how does that make you feel about Reddit?
Reddit is a shithole, and we're better off with it being shut down yesterday.
Knowing that I was able to control one of the top subreddits on the platform for over a year with borderline dictatorial powers doing who knows what that you'll never find out about, and then realize I am the bull in the china shop. I'm telling you these things directly. Forget about me.
Well, thank you for telling us things that we already knew. Makes you feel like you were right about Reddit. Reddit mods are proof that some speech needs to be something. No, not Linkara. You're... I'm not angry. I am disappointed. No, Gecko, that also goes to you. No, you have managed to identify the exact opposite fucking point. No, neither of you is right. Let me explain. The issue with Reddit mods is not the things that they say. It is a climate that they curate by exactly not allowing people to speak. The climate that Reddit mods are famous for is a product exclusively of them silencing dissenting thought, which is what you're currently advocating for, which is, again, you are trying to make a rod for your own back that you were just fucked with. Do you not understand that that does not work? Most of the regulations that the left uses to fuck us, be it speech, be it behaviors, be it gun laws, are passed by well-meaning conservatives under the guise of, oh, it's my video games, it's but my kids, it's but my human decency, my whatever the fucking else. You're all for managed democracy at this point, just send you to the stars to fight the bugs and bots? That's different, Gecko. That is entirely different. First of all, we're not a democracy. We're a representative republic, or rather a constitutional republic. If you think that this is a problem that is solved by silencing people you don't like, you don't understand the fucking point of what's happening. This guy looks like he has a substandard IQ. He does look that way. He's not you're again incorrect. He looks like he is like exactly at 99. Like he's exactly 99 IQ. He's definitely not retarded. He's very high function. He is the intended audience of like vapid. He is the target audience of Funko Pops. He is the insufferable contrarian midwit who questions every statement he comes across because he thinks that makes him come across as more intelligent. You will tell him that water is wet, and his default response is going to be, actually, even though he doesn't have an actual point that he's trying to make there, but he wants you to think of him as if he were a critical thinker. This is the physiognomy of I fucking love science subreddit. He's got his idioms wrong. He's trying to say he's the canary in the coal mine. Let's hear the rest of what he's trying to say. Why are midwits so fucking stupid? They act as if they're smart and acting even more stupid. Well, here's the thing. It's a variant of horseshoe theory, but it's like a self-imploding horseshoe theory where you're intelligent enough to start to understand that you can question certain things. Because not everything should be taken face value, but you're not intelligent enough to understand that sometimes things are just what they are. And so you're not smart enough to be selective in the way you parse information. You can think of at least 3 people I'm describing. The only way he can answer them is through parroted information he read about on Reddit? Yes. His whole life experience, I read this on Reddit. That's probably true, yes. Midwits are idiots that took the brain parasite because other people infected by it told them it would make them smart. I guess that is one way to put it, yes. So, like, for example, through the prism of the breakfast question, an idiot will just fail the breakfast question. A midwit, suspecting that the question requires a little bit of thought, would recoil at the premise and try to challenge it, as opposed to just completing the terms of the test. That's the best way of describing the difference between actually functionally intelligent people, retards, and midwits.
Think about all the...
Which, I have to say, that must be a tortured fucking existence. Understanding that being intelligent is within reach, but yet you are separated from it by that one time your mother decided to take that shot of vodka while she was pregnant with you.
The other subreddits that exist. Think about how you have no idea who they are, what they're doing, and every time somebody like me gives you a peek under the curtain, society gawks at the insanity of all of it.
You are a moderator in a subreddit. Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy?
I mean, you're an influencer with a platform. Why do you do it?
Because his reach is like 3 orders of magnitude yours, and it's not exclusively made up of people ridiculing you. They're also huge on outsourcing thought to a priest class. They'll question things that are self-evident and accept anti-reality nonsense that comes from academia. Oh, absolutely. You personally hate Charlie. Explain why. Because he lives a free life of a Florida man that you can only dream of?
You could say personal enrichment, but you don't strike me as somebody who's completely motivated by money. I could imagine you doing a brand deal or partnership, not for money, but just with a group that you think is cool for your community. Or maybe you just want to. And Reddit is a platform, like any other platform, and moderators are in charge of it.
I mean, realistically, Reddit should be stripped of Section 230 protections yesterday. You bet the third video on the Reddit moderator is going to be wearing Joker makeup and crying about how he lived in a society. That would be a little bit too self-aware of him. No, he's just gonna... He's more likely to do... what's the guy's name? Pirate Software? Yeah, I think that's the name of the guy. He went from funny poop and cum jokes about being a libtard, like a libtard echo chamber. Is Charlie a libtard? Really? I've not noticed those tendencies. Although again, I don't watch his content because it's content that's not made for me. So
I know this is rare and nobody does this stuff. That's my
most of his commentary has mostly been, to the effect of, oh, water is wet.
Entire point. Reddit as a platform is underutilized. So just like you might utilize your platform.
Oh no, the platform is plenty fucking utilized.
Why can't
he's majority libtarded? That's unfortunate.
moderators? You brought up examples of conflicts of sacrosanct of a platform, that it's different from any other platforms where conflicts of interest exist. I guess for Reddit moderators, we're representing a platform. You brought up examples of conflicts of sacrosanct of a platform.
Nice editing, my dude. As of like 2-3 years ago, when you did watch his content, he just became virtue signaling lefty. Ah, interesting. I don't pay attention. Charlie has serious TDS, and while saying to Sneeko that child marriage was bad, defending the existence of trans kids, oh, completely cooked. Moist Critical is a leftist. He's pro-child mutilation and rape. Okay. Among other things, there's a reason why he's called the king of sex toys. I was not aware of that, and I really hope that I would have been able to live out the rest of my existence without that knowledge. He's Asmongold, but less masculine and less curious. I see. Well, there's a reason why I instinctively dislike flesh streamers.
Platform, that it's different from any other platforms where conflicts of interest exist. I guess for Reddit moderators, we're representing other people. We don't truly own the platform, so maybe it's more important for us to be unbiased compared to other platforms, I guess. But man, if we're worried about bias, I can promise you that there are way bigger fish to fry in terms of how biased moderators are allowed to be, that I'm not sure that brand deals for community events is really the biggest danger out there. But sure, it's something to look out for.
There are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod.
You're right. There aren't any qualifications. But maybe there should be. Maybe because there are no such qualifications, this is why we're seeing all the problems that we see. It seems like you're trying to have this every way past Sunday.
What? That's not a sentence that internally makes sense. Holy shit. I feel like I've lost intelligence points just listening to this. But as I was saying, breaking, multiple Minnesota officials served by the FBI with grand jury subpoenas for conspiring to impede ICE. Governor Tim Walz, also known as Tampon Tim or Retarded Tim. Attorney General Keith Ellison, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Gay, St. Paul Mayor, Star Wars name, Ramsey County Attorney John Choi. I don't know how Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. That is an unfortunate last name. Oh boy. But as you can see, the dildo of consequences rarely comes lubed. Red and Blue Sky both need to be shut down years ago. I don't think they need to be proactively shut down. I just think that they need to be they just need to be treated as publishers as opposed to platforms. And that's it. That's all you need to do. Yes, that Tim Walz pick. I forget what happened when he made that face, but it's definitely it definitely explains why he has joined the ranks of the raped. And the FBI is about to do that to him again. So, I guess enjoy prison, Timmy. Alright, let's see. Black guy pulls a knife. Gary proves he as good once as he ever was. I'm not sure what this is supposed to mean. J.D. Vance was smoking him in the debate. Ah, okay. Imagine the CEO of Blue Sky explain to the courts that, yes, they do publish CSAM. I don't believe that's their official position. No actual CEO would ever admit to that. Exactly, because that's not a conversation that you then want to have with a judge. Alright, let's see. Alright, there's a knife already produced. Your hands are completely nowhere to be found. That's generally a bad position to be in. You don't have a gun. That's also not great. Okay, absolute big fucking no. I know that we have 0 women in chat, but, you know, instruct your women once you procure one. Never interfere physically with your man when he is engaged in a situation. He needs the use of both of his limbs. He needs an uninterrupted and unadjusted stature to adequately respond to whatever the fuck is happening. You have just removed one of the limbs that can potentially prevent a stab wound. Well, that's his left side. So to just his abdomen. But, like, no, never the fuck ever interfere with your man if he's squaring off against someone. Again, do not get in between him and the assailant. What the fuck are you doing, woman? God, fucking oblivious woman turning her back to a dude who's already pulled a knife. How oh. Hey, don't post spoilers in chat while I'm watching something. Oh god, man, you don't know how to fight. Please don't fight if you don't know how to fight. Woman, don't fucking interrupt him. Do not interfere. A woman makes your blood boil, same. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Gary scored. Gary scored an off button. Good man. Good for you. Kick him once in the head. In the head. In the head. Woman, get the fuck away from him. Let the boys play. No, 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 no. Don't go on the ground. What the fuck are you doing, Gary?
You fucking motherfucker! If you ever you get off right now. Come on, bro, let's go. Come on, Gary. Come on, bro.
He's going to have the best okay sex, maybe with the lights on, he's ever had in months. Hot take woman, that woman. You mean women or woman? If you mean that particular woman, no, she's just stupid and she, you know, has obviously spent a little too much time in her bubble. She doesn't understand how violence works. If you haven't realized by now, Voids think that they're invincible, like charging their car into an ice agent. I maintain, as being a big enjoyer of 19th Amendment jokes, as I am, I still disagree with that gross generalization. I think Gary W. absolute Gary victory. We're gonna slap that one with a like. You'll love to see it. But yeah, no, that's an unfair generalization. Single women who have spent too much time cooking in the longhouse think that they are invincible. Women who have not been informed by their man as to how to think and how to act think that they are invincible and will inevitably end up doing shit like trying to hit an ICE agent with her car. So it is incumbent upon you to adopt a woman and train your foid to act correctly. We need someone to AI generate one of those Pixar covers. How to train your foid. Women's are foreign to violence almost in general. Well, yes, because that's not a mechanism of conflict resolution that they grow up with. It's more of a DreamWorks thing. Isn't DreamWorks a publishing house for Pixar animation? Like, it's not their fault. Well, again, you can correct certain aspects of that. So, for example, like, Oni Wife knows better than to try to interfere with me, or God forbid, get in between me and a potential mark. Not only that, she is like, if I am currently occupied with trying to dissolve a situation, she knows to start staging to draw her concealed carry. but she also, like, she understands the dynamic that I am supposed to be engaged at the primary.
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Well, again, it's yes, but you need to have input. Like, no women are based by default. none of them come based from the factory. You need to do some work with them. Like, I'm sorry, 99% of women will not buy their own guns. That's a rant for a different topic, but that is just fucking true. But again, it is incumbent upon you. Yes, violence is the domain of men, and you as a man have to calculate and design strategies and contingencies that involve both of you. For example, the reason that I don't use my Benelli as a home defense rifle is because Onii-wife is just not able to shoot it consistently, just because, like, she's 100 pounds wet. And she can't, if she tries to shoot it, the recoil rocks her so hard that the shotgun doesn't cycle. So, like, we can't use a shotgun, even a semi-auto one that is, for me, is relatively light recoiling, as our home defense rifle. So we need to either have something that's piston-driven or something that's DI. That's why we have the MCX at home. Things of that nature. And then again, like, it is incumbent upon me to equip her appropriately and to train her to work with those tools. All right. YouTuber Jesse James West held a competition to see who's stronger between tall, strong bodybuilder women and short dwarf men. The casual home defense Barrett 50 cal. Over-penetration would be my main problem. Like, given that most of our homes are made of plywood if you're lucky, usually it's drywall, that 50 cal is going into a different zip code.
These are female giants.
Jesse is not a short man. He's like a full 7 foot tall.
And they are the world's strongest dwarves. And they'll be competing in strength competitions, all to find out who is stronger.
I'm not gonna lie. See, the beauty of the late 90s, end of the 2000s, was that this would have been just a premise for a porn movie. And you know what? I would have watched this. No, it's not versus elves. It would have been dwarves versus elves if they were like gymnasts, for example. No, this is dwarves versus Amazon berserkers.
You're going down.
Yeah. No, you're going down.
Go.
Easy. Drive.
That's a fucking half rep. Get the fuck out of here.
Easy.
No, I'm sorry. That's not full ROM. These are there are sometimes warrior elves. No, I still maintain that these are barbarians. These are female barbarians, just based on the build, because they are larger and stronger than your average sort of pedestrian man. That is a half rep. That rep does not count. I regret to inform you that rep does not count. You did 0 reps. No woo and clapping. 0 reps. 0 reps done.
585 pounds on the bar. Am I clear? Yep. Good job.
Below parallel. My dude is below parallel. He just did that. Almost ass to grass. He did 2. We got 1 more in him. Come on. We got 3. Holy shit. He weighs like half her body weight. And he just repped a weight she didn't technically do for 1 full rep. That I think that's more than twice his body weight, because that is 500. Shit, that's 580 pounds. He is dead. So here's the thing. There is no way that he weighs 220 pounds. Just absolutely the fuck not. Just at that height, I don't care how dense you are, how much gear you take. There is no way he is 200 pounds. I am 200 pounds. And I am at least a full 2 heads taller. So he's more like 150 pounds. 170 tops. So he's doing 3 times his body weight. He just repped 3 times his body weight on the squat with full ROM. They didn't do once. Look at him go, goddamn.
Come on, big dog.
1, go! Come on! Yo, frick!
No! Leg pick? Nah.
No way!
Well, listen, to be fair, it's easier to wrestle if you're short.
Come on, Zach. Come on. Easy work.
All right.
Next one. You
Cross
got
grip,
this.
not a fan, but okay.
You got this. Come on, girl.
Yo, Lorenzo
Really, you need to hype yourself up for like not even a full plate.
is already at 4 plates right now. I think Brittany's stuck at 3.
Easy, good.
You need to sumo pull 315? Okay.
No.
Nope. Hey, let's go. Move over.
405!
Lorenzo got it on his own.
He's just ripping that shit conventional.
Emily decided to help Britt with her 315 deadlift. Emily and Brittany are going. I did not tell them
Together.
they couldn't do this.
It takes 2 bodybuilder women to deadlift what what a dwarf deadlifts.
We're going! Go!
Look at him go! One of these guys, if not all of them, hit that night.
Go! Go!
I'm just saying.
Go! Go! Winners! Winners!
Absolutely demolished. I'm sending that to Sklimbo. I wish I could have been able to send this to him while he's live, but where is he? I'm sending that one to Sklimbo to look at. Can we say the M word? I don't know what the M word is. Oh god, there's a whole discussion from Greenland midget. Yes, you can say that word. Again, Gecko, this is a normal chat. We don't language police here. If you use that to offend someone, then I'll slap you, but I don't believe we have any short kings in chat. Cinematic masterpiece, absolutely. All fitness YouTubers instantly redeemed by that one video. Involves small pockets of land for the U.S. U.S. involved in Greenland's mineral rights. Duration of the deal has an indefinite time frame. Designed to block Russian influence in Greenland. U.S. Golden Dome system will be involved. Opens door to U.S.-backed infrastructure investment. Trump is looking to secure land, minerals, and defense in one deal. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Oh, Digby continues to blackpill in the Discord. And Dom is there with him as well, where they could have been doing that in chat. Just a second. Let me get a appropriate emote. There you go. You're 3 inches below 6 feet. You're a halfling. No, don't let women gaslight you into that. All right, what is this? It's 2029, you're stuck in traffic on the way to your office job when suddenly your car explodes. An obese white woman with dyed hair and a vendetta against federal law enforcement has incorrectly rigged her Timu drone.
This is the ZD1 dropper.
Aha.
Assemble it by yourself, very easy.
Mm-hmm.
And pull the ring first. Turn on the button here. First of all, I put my finger on this right control button. Use the light here. Not working. Move.
Oh, you know what? Jokes aside, I would absolutely get myself a set of droppers for some drones. For purely recreational purposes, of course. I would never stage booby traps in my own place of residence. You're dwarf. I don't know. Okay, I guess if you say so. All right. I got a glimpse of a fresh Colion Noir video, so I guess we may as well watch it.
Tonight, there's some new steps to combat the dangers of 3D printed guns. Governor Hochul unveiling proposals, including legislation making it a crime for a person to intentionally sell or possess digital 3D firearm instructions without a license.
Okay, so fortunately, this is just proposals. So at this point, it's effectively just grandstanding.
So apparently the solution to gun violence in New York is—
You can tell that he's recording that from his hotel shot show. I fucking almost went. I was supposed to go as a second for an influencer, but because I am in the habit of not paying for my own travel, I would need to get approvals for it, and we were just cutting it a little too close. So this year I am shot showless, but hopefully next year I will manage to go out there and play.
is to put gun blocking software on 3D printers. No, that's not a joke. That's not satire. That's not a Babylon Bee headline. That's New York's governor on camera saying this.
I'm proposing the first in the nation law requiring all 3D printers sold in the state of New York to include software that blocks the printer from creating a gun.
It's first in the nation because anyone else would have had the good sense to just be embarrassed to propose that. I'm not missing much in SHOT Show. I mean, I like gun industry events. They're fun, especially if it's a closed event and it's industry only. Usually the vibes are a little bit different. Like, for example, when the NRA convention is happening, everyone is very puckered up. They're very weary of like the general public being there. But if it's strictly industry only, people sort of, they relax. They're a lot more, how should I put this? They're more willing to interact with you. They're more easygoing. I don't know. I like a lot of industry. This woman is a ghoul, absolutely.
It's just common sense.
Yes, it's common sense to propose a piece of software that actually can't functionally exist. It's common sense to propose unenforceable law.
Just common sense.
Ah, yes, common sense. Because nothing says not authoritarian like the government deciding what—
Why is that AR receipt? Oh, it's probably cracked open. Okay, so I was questioning why it's sort of bent over.
Machines you're allowed to use and what ideas those machines are allowed to express. This came from Kathy Hochul, who now wants to mandate software that decides what's acceptable for you to manufacture.
Other proposed legislation includes reporting 3D printed guns to the Criminal Gun Clearinghouse database.
Okay.
And creating a first-in-the-nation policy establishing safety standards for 3D printer manufacturers.
And here's the part they're counting on you not knowing. A 3D printer does not know what it's printing. It doesn't know if it's a gun. It doesn't know if it's a wrench. It doesn't know if it's a toy, a bracket.
Yes, there are no means for printers to try to actively recognize what the STL file you gave it is.
Or a piece of model train equipment. It prints measurements. That's it. So when Hochul says block guns, What she's really saying is block tubes, block rectangles, block springs.
Not only that, you're also not really doing shit with it because, okay, sure, you're going to regulate that, you know, printers sold in New York, whatever the fuck. Printers are not regulated by interstate commerce, and they never will be. So, unlike guns, I can just, if I were to live in the hell state of New York for some reason, I could just go to a normal state, buy a 3D printer, and take it home. And there's not shit you can do about it. It's like trying to stop a paper printer from printing slurs. Yes, that is the exact analog.
Block screws, block shapes, which means the only way this works is if you cripple the printer so badly it's barely useful at all. And that's not public safety. That's technological censorship dressed up as
just common sense.
And this is exactly why I created my state-specific Keep America Tactical Designs. Because from the very beginning, Americans were never told you can only exercise.
Trying to tell what hotel he's staying at. It looks like the Caesar Palace, maybe?
Your rights with government permission.
Yeah, good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciate the first.
1776, the musket wasn't regulated by software. It wasn't approved by a bureaucrat. It was owned, carried, and understood as a safeguard against tyranny. Today, politicians want to control not just firearms, but the tools, machines, and ideas behind them. So this isn't just merch. It's a reminder. If you believe freedom doesn't need software update, check out my state-specific.
Like, again, I want to agree with the energy, but also, it is, especially in the current environment, I would strongly advise the members of the Oni Dojo against wearing paraphernalia and clothes that screams, "I have a gun." Instead, you should wear the official Oni Dojo patch, because unless someone knows what the Oni Dojo is, they're not going to know that if you're carrying an Oni Dojo patch, you're also carrying a gun. Polion did a video that's not 60% advertisement. See, again, I really dislike that criticism of him as well. He's a YouTuber. What the fuck? Like, what are you expecting him to do? To not take brand deals once he clearly discloses to you?
Keep America Tactical.
I really, again, that's one of my big gripes with the sort of fresh crop of gun YouTubers, quote unquote, specifically Trench Grenade and Protraband. Trench Grenade is sort of mostly, no, not really. He's still mostly on that high horse, but just because your channel is not big enough to get sponsor offers doesn't mean that sponsorships are bad. I'm sorry that, you know, that you feel left out and all you can do is cope and seethe about Coleon getting expensive sponsorships and, like, free review guns and shit. So, sucks to suck, do better.
Go at shop.mrcoleonnoir.com. I'll put a link in the description section so you can check out the hoodies, the hats, the shirts.
I'm going to put your Oni Dojo patch on your Zin holster. For one, I think the patch is larger than a Zin can.
The drinkware, all of it. Wear it proudly and remind them, rights don't come with terms and conditions. Let's talk about what this actually is, because Hochul's office didn't just float this idea casually. They put it into writing. As part of her 2026 State of the State agenda, Governor Kathy Hochul today unveiled proposals to strengthen New York's nation-leading gun laws by cracking down on 3D printed and illegal firearms. They go even further. The new legislation would establish criminal penalties for the manufacture of 3D printed firearms and order minimum safety standards to be established for 3D printer manufacturers to block the production of firearms and firearm components, same source. Now, here's the part that exposes how unserious this is. 3D printers don't print guns. They print parts individually, one at a time. So unless Hochul's plan on banning cylinders, flat surfaces, threaded rods, and hollow tubes, this law...
Okay, my guy, first of all, 3D printers produce none of those. The only thing you can produce on a 3D printer is a frame. So it's either an unfinished frame for a lower receiver, an upper receiver, or a muzzle device that is ostensibly a suppressor.
Does nothing, and let's address the fear porn directly. Yes, there are metal 3D printers, industrial ones, six-figure machines used for prototyping.
Yeah, and you can't just use, if you're gonna use a metal 3D printer, then you will also need a quencher and a kiln. So we are unfortunately very far from in-house consumer-grade metal printing, and we will be for a long while.
Not mass producing functional firearms. Even then, the materials typically can't withstand sustained chamber pressure. At best, you get something dangerous, unreliable, and often single use, which raises the obvious question.
Brother, you have not been keeping up with 3D printing, have you?
Who is this actually stopping? Because it's definitely not criminals. New York already has an assault weapons ban, a magazine capacity ban, concealed carry permit requirements, red flag laws, storage laws, universal background checks, bump stock ban, ghost gun regulations, micro-stamping requirements. And yet, despite all of that, on December 4, 2024, it didn't stop United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson from being shot and killed outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. And on July 28, 2025, 4 innocent people were killed when an attacker with an AR-style rifle opened fire inside a Manhattan office building. So let's stop lying to ourselves. This isn't about safety. It's about appearances. It's about giving politicians something to point at and say, look what we did. We did something. Even if that something is useless, even if it crushes innovation, even if it chips away at freedom. Because when you see yourself as a solution to everything.
I mean, it mostly just does nothing. Also, what is with this gigantic Glock backplate? Like, that's definitely not a thing that does anything, because that's like 3 times the size of a Glock backplate. What the fuck is this?
Every tool becomes a problem, and every problem becomes an excuse to control.
That looks like a very oversized autoseer.
Oh, more. That's not common sense. That's common sense authoritarianism. One thing's for certain and 2 things are for sure. Politics.
I really don't like the ending stinger. I really, Colion, you need to think of something better. All right. Let's have a palate cleanser of white women seething.
Okay, you're either in one of 2 camps. You either have only heard like how Japan is like this really awesome anime, sparkly place with like konbinis, and everyone's super polite, and it's just so cool. Or you focus on like stories of how people die from overworking, how no one votes, how the politics are going.
How are they going? Please tell me. Please educate me. Illuminate how the politics are going. But also, no, I fall into neither one of those camps. I am in a third camp where I am very firmly an enjoyer of traditional culture, while I dabble in the animes, and I usually have my obligatory shopping spree in Akihabara. I still spend most of my time either in tea ceremony, in classes, in dojos, or temple hopping. But, yeah. Just when you have the time, Oni Dojo, look up the Mary-Ann test. Mary space Ann test.
Down the drain, how salaries have stagnated for 20 years.
That part is true, yes.
So you're one of those probably, and I'm here to tell you it is both. Have
you lost weight? I feel like Allison has lost weight. I've seen a number of her videos because she appears in Nobita's stuff as a white woman speaker. as the representative of all ALTs. But she's lost weight. Good for her.
We're both right and wrong. I've lived in Japan now for over 7 years somehow. I've sold my youth to this country, and so I have opinions.
Sold my youth. Holy shit. She must be such a joy to be with. Not gonna lie, if you went to Japan, you would spend your time just walking around. I mean, that's usually how it goes. The infrastructure is very conducive to walking around. Depending on where you are. I love walking around. I would score just gigantic step metrics on like an average day in Japan. And hopefully I could make Japan happen for me and Oni wife this year. But normally I would get up at like 7-ish a.m., get something to eat. If I have my breakfast included with the room, I'll do that. If not, it's not really a big deal. So I'll do that, and then I'll go to like my first stop in the day, which is likely going to be like a part of a route that goes through several temples, and I'll usually hit at least 5 in a day, and I will, if it's a remote location, I will take a bus or the underground to reach it. But other than that, I will be walking in between mostly.
I've made similar videos like this, but you know,
Given I am a gigantic Kyoto head, so that also kind of colors my experience because Kyoto is a very walkable city. It's well, the parts that are germane to someone who's a tourist, an educated tourist, are arguably smaller than the circumference of most cities here in Texas, but still very, very walkable. Even in Tokyo, you lose a lot of time in transit. But then again, like you just get to and from via light train or via the metro, and then you still walk around the place you're going to.
thinking, and today I present to you 10 things that people just don't really tell you, or you might not realize about moving to Japan until you've done it and you've lived here for 7 years.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't have moved to Japan because, well, first of all, Japan doesn't. Well, I lost that snap cap, I guess. Japan doesn't let me do this. So yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker for me.
And then you're like me. I'm in black today because I'm mourning my youth. Okay, first, salary.
That is such a sad fucking state of being. I'm sorry. There is nothing. What is it? No, it's not regret that's the thief of joy. It's the comparison that's the thief of joy. But how do you burn through 7 years of your life only to consider those 7 years wasted? Like, I can't look back at any period of my life and say that I wasted that time.
Salaries are low, and they're low for everyone, not just English teachers. Yay! Maybe.
Well, sure, but the ceiling for the English teacher salaries, especially, ALT teachers, assistant language teachers, are still lower than everyone else's salary because being an ALT is a glorified summer job. It's not a career. It is definitionally a dead-end job. You are not supposed to do that job for 7 years. That one is on you.
You've looked up the English teaching salary, seen that it's about like 30,000 USD a year. We're like, okay, well, that's okay for my first year or two teaching. After that, I'll change into a better job with a lot more money. Will you though? Unfortunately, the salary situation in Japan across the board is not super good.
Well, if you're a foreigner, yes, because they have their own workforce. Why do they need you? Like, the thing is that careers in Japan don't work the same way they work in the West, largely, especially not the same way they work in America. In America, you qualify for a position, and generally, as long as you have a more or less traceable work history and an understood expertise, you're likely going to end up in that position. I understand controlling for things like, DEI hiring, the practices that are currently in vogue, getting past the HR Janny filter, I understand. But effectively, short of artificial limitations that are put in place by people who actively seek to hurt young white men, outside of that, you're free and clear to just get hired. Japan doesn't work like that. In Japan, you are supposed to follow a prescribed sort of life path, which means that you're going to be pursuing a specific profession, which is, the thing that you do. For example, if you aspire to be, I don't know, a marketing specialist, you're going to procure your education from a suitably prestigious university. You're going to graduate with that marketing degree. You're going to apply for an entry-level job at a kaisha. When they accept you for the job, they're going to look at your background. They're going to expect Japanese school, certain activities that you were supposed to do in a Japanese school. They're going to expect a Japanese university with participation in activities that you're supposed to partake in a Japanese university. And they expect to find a traceable record of you in Japan. And then you get hired into an entry-level position, and it's assumed that you're going to work for that company for, say, the next 10 years, 5 to 10. there is still some shifting back and forth between companies, despite what people say. It's not really lifetime hiring. It's more of a fact that it's very difficult to fire people in Japan. But I digress. Yeah. As I was saying, if you're a foreigner and you try to inject yourself into a position in a Japanese hierarchy, you are literally trying to wedge yourself into a closed door. Because A, you have no track record in Japan. You have no experience that's attributable to the position that, to the life path that you are trying to now occupy. You are pretty much trying to skip the queue. You're trying to progression break, essentially. You did not go to Japanese school. We don't know what your schooling is like. You did not go to a Japanese university. We don't know what your university education is like. You did not start with an entry-level position in this particular position that you want to occupy. So now the Japanese need to break from their standard process of assessing you. And whenever the Japanese need to break from a standard process of assessment, or from a standard process of anything for that matter, their default reaction is going to be no. So by being a foreigner who tries to inject yourself into Japan, you are stacking the deck against yourself in a very severe way. A better way to do that is to transfer over to a Japanese branch as at least a middle manager of a Western company. Because that way, you draw your legitimacy from, a structure that is shared between the Japanese branch and the rest of the company. So you already come in with an understood background and with certain privileges. So that way you're sort of more or less organically transplanted into a spot of a hierarchy that also exists in Japan. You know what I mean? If I'm being opaque or non-specific or explaining something poorly, let me know.
I'll put the average salary here on the screen. I talk.
Media Information Japan Tax Agency, Ministry of Health. Average salary in Japan is 4 million yen, approximately 29,000. However, the median is likely closer to 3.9, equivalent to 25,000. I think that's a very skewed metric because it likely includes part-time work. I explained it perfectly well. Why, thank you.
Talk about it a lot because it really makes me sad because I get paid in Japanese yen because I live here, and it's kind of pathetic, especially when you're a first-year employee, which you'd probably be treated as if you're moving to Japan in your 20s. Your take-home salary will be something like $2,000 a month, maybe less. It's not great. And yes, I'm talking about like an office job with a college degree. That being said, okay guys, a lot of this video is going to be a little bit negative, but just stick with me here.
It's going to be mostly negative as a consequence of your choices. I think that's also an important caveat to add there. What is it? B&T's PDW suitcase? What the hell? We're going to take a look at that.
Very possible
How do I, yeah, there
to get stuck into that rut, and no, you will probably never make as much money as you could be making in the US, for example, or maybe.
Well, yes, because American labor is inherently more expensive, because cost of living and just, Americans we can just do that. A part of that is because our housing is more expensive. We are more autonomous as households. We stay less attached to our familial households. Which is, there are downsides and upsides to that. But generally, American labor is the most expensive labor in the world. I regret to inform you. We as Americans out-earn both in gross numbers and in numbers corrected for cost of living pretty much the entirety of the rest of the world.
Your home country, I don't know where you're from. However, you can afford a better quality of life here with less money. I'm going to acknowledge that. That being said, the salary you're going to be receiving probably as a new English teacher, it's not going to give you that.
New English teacher is a summer job for teens. Christ, I can't believe I can't have to explain this. Fuck. So, the ALT program. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes. The ALT program is built as a means of getting qualified work hours for someone who's pursuing an English language major, possibly cross-studying Japanese. But it is just that. It is a glorified work and travel program for you as a teen to travel to Japan for free while sort of working off a part of that expense and getting a little bit of spending money as you do so. It is a dead-end job. If you want to be a teacher in Japan, you need to graduate with a pedagogical degree from a university in Japan. And not only that, you need to be a fluent Japanese speaker in order to instruct people in Japan as a teacher, as an educator.
I'm just being honest. That being said, if you do hold out, if you learn Japanese, you know, you hold out for 10 years and all that, you might be okay. You're still not going to be making the money you want, though. Similarly, next, you need Japanese, guys. You need to speak Japanese. Unless you're moving here.
I don't see how that's a hot take.
Like on one of those expat packages where like it's like 40-year-old men bringing their families over. Your quality of life, if you...
I would say that even if you're coming as a 40-year-old man over on an expat... So if I were to, for example, ask for a secondment to Japan for an extended period of time, I would still say that, well, first of all, I speak Japanese, so no skin off my back. But I would expect Onii wife to start learning rudimentary Japanese. Because well, she has to function there as well. So anyone who goes there for any extended period of time, like let's scratch that. If you go to Japan at all, you need to learn at least everyday phrases just so that you're not a fucking nuisance to the people around you. If you're going to stay for any extended period of time, and I would say that's like an upward of 3 months, you are going to significantly benefit from attempting to learn the language in advance. So, as someone who's traveled to Japan for the first time as someone who spoke no Japanese outside of everyday phrases, and working my way up to functional fluency, it is a significantly better experience if you speak the language. You will understand more of the things that are happening around you. You will be less confused. You will not have to rely on people around you to function, and you will be treated better by the people around you.
Learn Japanese is going to be so much better. I promise you. Every little bit of Japanese you learn from zero is gonna make a huge difference. You don't need it at first. It's fine if you come over here and you don't speak any Japanese.
No, you need it at first. You should have a head start.
No one really expects you to at first, but you know, let's say a few years pass, you still can't like read the menu, is not great. And it's gonna affect you mentally, maybe, because you're gonna realize how you are very, very dependent on other people, even though you are 28 or whatever. I don't know, some people kind of gloss over this and they're like, you don't need Japanese, you can get by with English. It's true, you can get by with English, especially in Tokyo.
I would not encourage that. Never in my life would I ever encourage anyone to try to get by on just English, even in Tokyo, understanding that most of the service personnel, to some extent, can operate in English, that most, young people speak English to a certain extent. No, please do not inflict yourself on the people around you. Do not knowingly become a burden.
I know a lot of people who've lived here for many years who don't speak like any
Chris from abroad in Japan comes to mind.
Japanese, or just like very, very little. I don't know. I wouldn't want that to be me. I'm not saying you need to be like fluent, but like a little bit.
It's not that difficult to be fluent in Japanese. I'm sorry, it's not it's one of the easier grammatical structures that I've ever had the benefit of learning.
Also, if you do want to get
compared to things like German or Latin, it's just free. Oh wait, I don't have 7 tenses. I just have 2, past and non-past. That's great.
Get a different job that isn't English teaching. You're probably gonna need Japanese. It's not always the case, but you're probably gonna at least need conversational Japanese.
thought Chris was at least. No, he is not. He is barely functional. We've looked at a video about that. He can barely speak Japanese.
Next, you're thinking, okay, Allison, that sounds great. I'm gonna move there, and it's just gonna kind of happen. I'm just gonna pick it up. Unfortunately, that's not really the case.
That's very much not the case. Yes, as much as I say that the grammar is piss easy, the vocabulary is not. You need at least start with formal education, and then it's going to be incumbent upon you whether or not you still need the stick to keep hitting you to continue learning, which is not a great motivation system. You need to be able to maintain a constant cadence of learning. You need to be capable of self-educating and self-motivating to continue to study. Without studying, you will not progress, and if you don't progress, you will forever be stuck speaking a language that's like pre-elementary school. How's he lived in Japan for a decade plus? He lives mostly in the expat bubble, and he makes a living off of having a tourist agency for, English speakers and having a YouTube channel that's in English.
For a lot of people, especially with Japanese, if your native language is English, especially because it's very, very different language, you have to put in a lot of effort and a lot of hours into studying Japanese. Yes, you will pick up things here and there, and of course, living here helps, but you have to study on your own or it's not going to happen.
I co-sign this entirely. It requires effortful study, yes.
So something I never really thought about until I did it is when you move into an apartment here, it is A, super expensive, and B,
well, that's because you're in Tokyo.
There's like nothing included. Okay, so let's start with A. If you are moving into a normal Japanese apartment, expect to spend maybe 5 times a month's rent on initial move-in fees. Could be more, could be less, depends on the place. I'd say
I assume there's like a deposit and whatnot.
Prepare for at least 6 months rent up front. Some of that will be deposit, but a lot of that you're not gonna see ever again. There are some exceptions where you can get apartments with really low moving fees, but like generally speaking, this is like the normal price to rent a normal apartment here, which is also why I recommend people move into like share houses or like monthly rent places at first, because yeah, it's kind of crazy. And then the B part of that is, okay, I'm American, as we've established. I think if you're European, you're gonna have a different opinion than me, but like in America, apartments come with like a fridge, oven, stove, lights. They don't come with that here, not necessarily. The cheaper the apartment is, like the kind of older, cheaper places especially, basically come with nothing, not even a stove. The newer-ish, nicer places usually do come with a stove, come with an air conditioner or two. Mine came with lighting as well. What a blessing. But yeah, the only thing guaranteed I think your apartment has to have is in Tokyo, I think by law, the apartments have to have at least 1 air conditioner installed. Outside of Tokyo, I don't think that's the case. But yeah, like my first apartment in the countryside, it did not come with anything. You have to buy the stove, buy the fridge, buy the lights, buy the air conditioner, everything. You have to basically buy everything. And something else I didn't realize when moving to Japan would be that you actually can't watch most anime here with English subtitles, and a ton of
I'm sorry. That is the most fucking hoodweeb problem to ever have. I'm sorry to laugh. Holy shit. They don't have subtitles in Japan. I'm sorry to laugh, but oh, that's unlocked a core memory in me. So back during, it's probably like my second trip to Japan like ever. I was there for a training camp, and just because of the time difference, I was traveling from Europe, so I flew in. I woke up very early. I woke up at like 5 a.m. Basically, it was still dark outside. And like I had nothing the fuck to do. Like we had things to do in the morning, but basically, we just moved in. They don't have subtitles, yeah. So we just, we moved into our hotels, and you have the internet. I probably wouldn't pirate shit while being, in Japan on a Japanese ISP, but that's besides the point. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to pirate. You can just use, you know, given the level of commentary, I would expect her to have a Crunchyroll subscription. Wait, no, Netflix. Japanese Netflix will still have subtitles. What the fuck am I saying? Never mind, disregard. So, as I was saying, we moved in like the previous night, and because I was like dog tired, I usually don't sleep during long haul flights. So I went to bed at like 8 p.m., something like that, 7 maybe. So I woke up in the middle of the night. I went to a kombini across the street. It's now a full-fledged supermarket. I remember at that time we were staying at Heian no Mori in Kyoto. And so I just turned on the TV, you know, just to watch a little bit of Japanese TV. And it was JoJo. Now I know that they were airing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusader. It was the episode where someone's stand was like a little tumor thing that was like growing out of the forearm of Joseph Joestar. And at the time I spoke pretty much no Japanese. And naturally, yes, there are no subtitles in Japan. And that shit was so confusing. That was like the most Japanese TV experience ever. And I feel like that scarred me forever. And it wasn't until significantly later, where I was already halfway decent at speaking, and I also decided to just watch JoJo because, you know, like the JoJo memes were everywhere. Like, oh wait, that's the thing that I watched on TV at like 5 in the morning, which was very confusing for me at the time, but now I understand the larger context of this.
A lot of the content that I like to watch back at home in the US is blocked here, or it's not available on any of the services I have. And that is where the sponsor of today's video comes in, Nord.
Ah, excellent plug. The hat's off. The VPNs mentioned, although of all the VPNs you could have worked with, really, Nord. Seriously, the one who's had the most data breaches in recent years?
NordVPN. So I've been using NordVPN for many years now, but if you don't know what it is a VPN service that protects your private and personal information. So this lets you browse the internet safely, you don't have to worry. And one of my—
You know what NordVPN also does? They respond to FBI subpoenas because they still have the capacity to store and log your traffic. That's why you're... What VPN do I use? I use the one that Seth promotes. I forget. Someone can type it out in the chat.
My favorite features personally is that you can change your IP address so that you can make yourself look like you're in almost any country around the world. This means you can enjoy the content from all of these countries. You can enjoy the Netflix catalog from like everywhere, and you can keep your Crunchyroll subscription so you can watch
Secure VPN. I think that's the one I'm using.
Anime with subtitles while you're in Japan. Because in Japan, they kind of block everything that has English subtitles. There's some stuff on Netflix, but it's really not that much. You cannot access Crunchyroll.
Really? Oh.
From Japan unless you're using a VPN, which is what I do. Not only that, but Japanese internet security is very iffy if you couldn't get that already from the rest of the video. So if this sounds like something you might be interested in yourself,
Rest of the video didn't really address Japanese internet security.
I encourage you to try NordVPN out risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee through my link at nordvpn.com/AllisonInTokyo, where right now every purchase of a 2-year plan gets an extra 4 months free. So thank you, NordVPN. Next, the bureaucracy. I'm sure you've heard about how awful it is in Japan before. I don't think this is news to anyone probably, but
I don't think there's a single government in the world that gets this right. Like, it's funny how the government has one job, fails miserably at it, and then the same people who complain about the government doing a bad job at something are going to tell you to trust the government with things like, oh, I don't know, your healthcare, your personal safety, your money.
But it's worse than you think. I don't know how. It just manages to be even worse. More mind-numbing and illogical than you could think. I don't know how. I don't know. If you're from Germany, maybe Japan's great. I don't know. But you have to go to various government offices and facilities for so many little things, especially when you first move here. You're gonna be living there for like your first week. It's everywhere, it's endless, you have to go a lot. For example, I'm gonna move out of this place soon. I have to go to the ward office to deregister my address, change my identification cards, get a piece or two of paper issued, Then I have to go to a different ward office when I do move, re-register my address, hand in all these pieces of papers, get all my new card registered with my new address, etc. It's just so many things that could be digital, but it's not. So many things are still done by paper.
Well, first of all, because paper creates a paper trail, you need to remember that Japan is not created as a free country for free people. By being in Japan, you are automatically a subject of the imperial court. And that's why you historically don't have, well, you're allowed free movement, but the government is supposed to keep tabs on your current place of residence. And you can't just up and move. You have to let the government know where to find you. Contrast that, for example, to the US. Yes, usually you will need a primary address at some point, mostly for reasons of correspondence, because like if you want to, I don't know, receive mail and function in society, you will still have to have an address. But you don't need to register that address with the government. You inform the government of, hey, I need my ID to have this address on it. I definitely live here. Here are my utility bills, or here's my lease. Like, give me a new ID. But that's because, the founding myth of America is that we are a country for free men. And Japan is not.
And there's no digital option. And then there are some things that are digital, but whatever is digital looks like it's from a website from 2004, even though it was probably just built by a very expensive team somewhere.
The Japanese and Asian UI in general is just like that. Yeah, they're very special about that. They're just autistic enough to not need streamlined UX design, and I kind of appreciate that.
Somewhere in 2023. That's the Japanese government. Also, in line with that, you still need a freaking Hanko stamp to stamp everything. You get off the—
Yes, because that's how things are done there. Adults have, functional adults have Hanko stamps. If you don't like having a Hanko stamp, you are free to not participate in Japanese society.
Plane in Japan, this is one of the first things you need to get. It's just a stamp with my name on it. You can copy, I don't care. It just says Allison, and I have to stamp so many documents with this at the beginning, especially. Nowadays I don't need this that much, but you'll always need this, and it's ridiculous. Your signature does not work for everything.
Yes, because they're not fuck, I'm not gonna explain this.
I don't know why. This is like a $10 stamp. I could just go make a new one. I don't know. Okay, sorry, we're very negative right now. We're gonna continue with that. People aren't actually that kind in Japan, or even polite, you could say. Okay, stay with me. Okay, this is especially—
You were trying to type that in the Discord, type what?
For Tokyo. People in Tokyo will pretend to be polite. They couldn't care less about you.
Wait, first of all, polite does not mean kindness. It never did. What the fuck do you mean? The Japanese language has a tone that is literally called, like, default politeness. The default state of the Japanese language, especially in Hyojungo, in the Kanto dialect, is to be mildly polite. What the fuck is your problem, woman? Why do you expect them to care?
They don't want to help you. They're just being polite in like a very tatemae, like just appearances only way.
Who the fuck are you for them to not— I'm sorry, what? Excuse me, miss, this is a Wendy's.
Because that's what's expected of them, to act like socially. There's also plenty of rude people in Japan. There's so many propaganda things on the internet that are like, Japanese people are so kind, they're so omotenashi. Some of them, yeah.
Well, yes, in the service industry, because that's part of the value proposition of the business. They literally do that for a living. They are polite and welcoming for a living for you as okyaku-san. Omotenashi is very specifically a service that you buy as part of whatever public-facing business you engage with. It's not them lying to you. That's just, a normal adult thing to do.
Yes, of course. I've met so many nice, like genuinely nice, kind, polite Japanese people. Do not get me wrong. The majority of people I meet here are very lovely people. But what I'm trying to say is that not everyone is like that. Like, People who are just like mean, rude, don't like you.
Okay, and?
Exist. So similar to that, there's a lot of discrimination, and it unfortunately just seems to be getting.
Is it? Is there though? Is there really? Or
even worse? So this is honestly probably one of the most disappointing.
Because again, like in the 13 years, wait, no, we're not on 13. We're on like 15 years of my regular visits to Japan at this point. I have at no point faced anything that I can legitimately describe as discrimination, just, you know, solely based on the fact that I very obviously stand out in a crowd. The only time I was prevented from doing anything in Japan is I was prevented from buying ivory because I wouldn't be allowed to take it out of the country.
Heartbreaking almost trends that I've noticed in Japan lately, that, well, any foreigner in Japan has noticed lately.
Oh, do tell.
Is that the government especially is becoming increasingly anti-foreigner, anti-immigrant every year.
Oh, really? And why is that happening?
Especially with the new PM. I don't know. We'll see.
Does that affect people who are there like on lawful work visas, who are, you know, not just people who came there for free and are stuck in a dead-end job, but does it affect like actual adults with real jobs, or maybe people who come in on a legitimate tourist visa and then leave?
See what she does, but so far it's not looking good. She's saying she's gonna increase the visa fees 10 times.
That's fine.
People can't afford that. So in
good. I am very much pro that.
addition to just, I don't know, the hardships for foreigners increasing on like.
If you are coming to a country and you are poor, you are very likely to be a drain on that country. More on that in News at 11.
A political system level agenda. The large majority of people you meet, they're not going to say they're anti-immigrant. They're not going to say they want you out of the country to your face. They'll say it online. I'm sure I'm going to get comments like that. Just close the freaking page if you don't want to hear this. And if you post Kuni ni kaere, I'm going to block you. Freaking losers.
Whoa,
don't
what?
Want to hear this. And if you post Kuni ni kaere, I'm going to block you. Freaking losers.
Kuni ni kaere.
Yeah,
she's already being tilted. No one is even no one's even commenting it. She's already gassing herself up.
Majority of people, they're very nice. They're going to be very kind to you, and they don't even realize, I don't think, what they're really voting for, like what they're in support of. I have unfortunately
they're in support of Japan staying Japan. It's unfortunate that you're failing to grasp that. Someone's I believe it was Homath who's put it into words very, very well recently, is that leftists don't really have empathy. They only have projection, meaning that they're not actually able to imagine a state of mind that is different from their own. So they just assume that all morality and all thinking is completely universal and identical to theirs. And if someone diverges from their morality, then you are doing that because you are a big evil meanie, and there's no other reason for that to happen.
Fortunately watched multiple of my Japanese friends who are, you know, very global people. Like, they speak foreign languages, they go abroad often, they've lived abroad, and yet they're supporting political agendas that I'm just not seeing how they're supporting. I don't get, they're like, what they're hearing is not what I'm hearing, because so many Japanese people think.
Perhaps because you're not as good at Japanese as you might think. Ivory, I have expensive taste, Mr. Well, listen, so for tea ceremony practice, you are supposed to have certain pieces that are ivory. I'm sorry, I don't make the rule, but also they were very pretty. I wanted to bring back gifts. I forgot that ivory is not supposed to be trafficked internationally, which again, it's unfortunate, but like, you know, the old lady was preventing me from potentially, you know, catching international trafficking charges.
They think, I'm not against all immigrants. You're fine, Allison. You're fine, but you can't do that. You know, you can't.
Yes, you can Allison. You may not know this, but not all immigrants are the same. Just like not all people are the same. Not all groups of immigrants are actually identical. Blank slateism is not real.
Choose who you want to support one by one. That's not how the law works.
Well, not one by one, surely, but you can set boundaries that will prevent unproductive immigrants and keep the productive ones.
This is a very touchy subject, I know, but it's something that I think really needs to be addressed, especially because the climate is not looking good here. You're probably not gonna like be subject to like hate speech, or like no one's gonna attack you on the street, probably. But it's certainly not a welcome.
No, you are absolutely not going to be subject to hate speech. You're absolutely not going to be attacked in the street unless you are a malignant commie who's actively provoking that reaction.
Environment, especially compared to when I first came. I mean, not like they were like rolling out the red carpet or anything, but you know. Next, work.
Back when you first came, Japan still had a currency that did not invite hordes of idiots. Back when you first came, there was not a problem with a Kurdish minority that's refusing to integrate, but is also increasingly demanding privileges. Back when you came to Japan, there were less than 10 mosques in the entire country. Excuse me, there were fewer than 10 mosques in the entire country. The Japanese have begun to notice things that are being done to them. It is within their purview and within their mandate to refuse the things that are being done to them. And I applaud them for doing that sooner than, for example, most of Europe.
Culture can be crushing. Like the overtime stuff you see, the people who die from overwork, that's true. It doesn't have to be. For you, at least. It's not always true, is what I'm trying to say. There are plenty of evil companies. In Japanese, they call it like black or white companies. Like black is the bad companies. And if you work at these, or
why is that a bad thing? Please explain to me. Please explain to me, left-leaning white woman, why that is problematic.
if like your boss is like this, you're working at the office every day till 10 and it's just like a bad environment in general. But this is not the case for all jobs. You can 100% find jobs that are fine. I'm not saying you're gonna find like a good job, like in terms of, work-life balance and everything.
First of all, work-life balance is a misnomer. It is a fake bill of goods that was sold to us by Gen X and by boomers. First of all, the workplace in Japan has significantly liberalized ever since millennials became the predominant part of the workforce. And also depends on your industry. Tech is going to be even more liberal with your workplaces, creatives even more so. You also have the added caveat of you need to understand that the Japanese mindset and approach towards work is different. It's not, the soul-crushing 8 hours that you do working for the man as you seethe and cope and take extra long shits to waste corporate time. It is a part of your actual long-term purpose. You go to work as part of your long-term attainment. And that is an attitude that is not exclusive to the Japanese. It is an attitude that is exclusive to type A personalities. I go to work to do a thing. I don't go to work to clock in and out while hating the process and not understanding what I do. I go to work because there are tangible goals that I need to achieve as part of my function in order for me to achieve personal growth, which comes with more responsibilities, more efficacy. But that way I get to participate in larger society in a more meaningful way. And in exchange for that, this system will reward me with more expendable income. That's how adults approach work.
Thing like that. But compared to like 20 years ago, I think work culture here is much better. People do go home, especially younger people. They kind of know where to draw the line more, I think, nowadays. And I have a lot of coworkers. I work in a Japanese office, okay? I do have a lot of coworkers who stay late every single day, but it's not really because anyone's watching them or because they're forced to. I think it's just like a mindset thing. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is I go home almost every day within 15 to 20 minutes of my in time, and I still have time to do YouTube and everything.
And that's why you have a small salary that you complain about. And the people who stay overtime in the office are going to get their promotion and are going to gradually rise to positions of increased responsibility. And then they will, buy a house and have a family. And then they're not going to lament how the country stole 7 years of your youth on the internet. Have you considered that maybe those two little happenings are somewhat connected?
Everything. So maybe you'll have to work through the trenches a bit, your first job or two even, but there is a
getting your Wisconsin guard card and trying to move up into your field this year in a completely different state. See, you have goals, you know how to get to those goals, and you're working towards those goals.
Writer.
As opposed to just burning the candle, waiting for the clock to run out, and then being surprised as to, oh wait, where did my life go?
Path somewhere out there. Japanese food can be very unhealthy. I see a lot of people online who talk about how healthy Japanese food is, how they're gonna lose weight as soon as they go to Japan. Japanese food can be very healthy. If you have like a Japanese housewife at home, doing all the grocery shopping every day, cooking from scratch every day, making you a balanced meal. But that doesn't mean you're gonna be eating that.
Why wouldn't I be eating that?
Especially if you're just moving here for the first time. I mean, look, I live alone. Do you think I'm cooking some balanced, nutritious meal every day? I'm definitely not. What a lot of people here do is they go either to the convenience store or the ready-made food at the grocery store, and the majority of these foods are going to be carb heavy and fried foods. So be careful.
I mean, imagine regulating your eating. Like, again, I lose weight in Japan every time. There's not been a time where I have come back from Japan with a weight gain, especially with it being non-productive weight, not contractile tissue. I understand that, yes, you're going to walk less as part of your sort of normal day-to-day job. Tourism is different from the routine. I understand that. But still, you have way easier access to way better balanced options for way less money. Like, I'm sorry, a breakfast at a Jonathan's is a balanced meal, both from a micro and macronutrient perspective, and it's, what, 1,000 yen? I think even less. Taking your game design and VTubing more seriously, that's also good to know. It's good that you have attainable goals there as well. That was a very big commitment for me specifically, where I've decided to lock in and have a consistent streaming window. You lose weight when you leave the US. Well, again, you likely lose a lot of the times you will lose weight because you have less time to just, sit and rot in your normal environment while eating processed high-octane shit in front of the screen while you doom scroll onto your phone. I assume every time you go somewhere, you do significantly less of that. Is the grocery aisle in your average US store filled with things you should not touch? Yes. The problem with freedom is that it also comes with responsibilities, meaning that while we have more variety, it is incumbent upon you as the informed consumer to think about what you're putting into your mouth. Japanese food isn't full of glyphosate and insane chemicals like propylene glycol. First of all, I think they still have certain less than optimal preservatives in their food too. For one, they're big fans of high fructose corn syrup, being the ones who have invented it. Sucralose also very present. So there are some, you can eat unhealthy if you try hard enough. The difference is that generally Japan has a very well-established food culture that doesn't rely as much on, frying everything in day-old grease. That, and they have a different attitude towards sort of normalizing activity. I would say that the difference is that in Japan, the median lifestyle is, on average, more normie healthy. America is built for polar opposites. America gives you the opportunity to either be a disgusting obese whale, or it gives you the opportunity to be the most jacked and just impossibly fit specimen that is like ahead of your own entire bloodline by leaps and bounds. We are, for better or worse, we are a culture of polar opposites. And again, we have more freedom to do that. We have more access to do both. Some people just choose to be a disgusting fat animal. And I choose to pay memberships in 2 different gyms.
Careful. Lastly, let's end on a good note. I think living in Tokyo especially is actually more convenient than the internet lets on a lot of the time. This is totally dependent on where you live. Okay, but
Yes. I too enjoy overpaying for mostly my housing because Tokyo is grossly overpriced.
you can easily find yourself in an apartment with like a 10-minute walk to a station. Tokyo's very well connected. I can go anywhere in the city in under an hour. And
It's not really, no, it's not going to be under an hour. Like, if we're counting door to door, no. Usually your commute time is going to be right around an hour wherever you're trying to go. Please don't blow smoke up my ass.
Tokyo is a big city, so I can go to events. I can see like any concert for any big music artist I want. There's so much shopping. There's so much food. There's convenience stores everywhere. That is true.
Everything you can find in Tokyo, you can find in every other major urban city in Japan. Anything you can do in Tokyo outside of like a specific spot that you want to hit, you're going to be able to find in any other place. Because, like, for example, like anything you can think of wanting to do in Tokyo, you can do in Nagoya, you can do in Osaka, you can probably do most of those things in Kyoto as well. Outside of like wanting to specifically go to Odaiba or specifically wanting to go to Akiba, and still you're going to be able, like, if you want to do a specific thing as opposed to see a specific landmark, you can still find that pretty much anywhere.
And life here is just it's very easy to live. Like once you're actually living in the routine of daily life, it's kind of really easy to just vibe. So that's the video. Sorry if it was negative. The majority of what I post on my channel is positive. And I do like living here. Let's revisit what I said earlier. If you're thinking, Allison, why don't you just go back to America since you hate Japan so much? I don't. I like living here. That's why I'm still here.
Didn't you just say that this country took 7 years of your youth?
I just want people to realize some of the difficulties, and some things are not all as they seem on the internet. Don't believe every TikTok you see, guys. So thank you for watching. Please.
I think that generally if you draw any significant amount of information on anything from TikTok, you should probably lose the right to vote.
Please like the video, leave a comment down below. Which one of these points surprised you the most?
Oh, I'm going to leave a comment, all right.
SHOT Show 2026 coverage is presented by 511 Tactical. Highlight of the show every year is B&T because Carl Brugger, who is genuinely a gun guy, will not stop thinking about cool shit to do. This year, no exception. I think you guys can kind of see where this is going. We're looking at the just in case with Levi. Levi, what is the just in case?
Well, James, it's a totally normal briefcase.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Thank you for watching TFB TV. Stay tuned. We're bringing you more. What is it? Let's hear it.
This is, as you said, Carl's a gun guy through and through, paying homage to the old cases of the MP5s from HK of back in the day, the old OSS espionage type.
Lovely.
Oh, wow. What do we have here?
Yeah. That's
I'm pretty sure you could replicate that with a 3D printer. Like, I'm not seeing any high-end engineering so far.
You'd love to see it.
Not to denigrate the fine folks in B&T. I'm just saying that, you know, this suitcase is probably what? Like, I'm gonna guess MSRP at $500.
I mean, this is perfect.
Without the gun, naturally.
So, Tell me everything about it in terms of like what's the construction, how do we use it? Give me all the details.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a case designed, as you can see. There's an integrated case mount here that's mounted by.
I really hate the pick rail case mount. I'm gonna come out of the gate as a hater. I really don't vibe with the carry handle.
The pick rail. It's a QD mount on here. Yeah, as you can tell, hollow center in the front there, so you can actually see your optic as you take it out of the case as well. So you actually keep your sight lines.
Right. So we've got this bracket here, which has the briefcase handle, the deployment lever, the little safety right here, thought out to the point where you have an optic, you have sights. You're still going to be able to use them through this. Yeah, that's brilliant.
And as long as you're
That suitcase needs some slots for spare magazines. I assume you can just carry those on your person.
PCC has a pick rail of
You're also not really prevented from building that into the suitcase, I guess.
sufficient length on the top of it. This will attach to it. So you're talking not just our PCCs, your PCC of choice. As long as it will fit in this case, with whatever magazine choice you have, it will fit in here. It's designed to be that.
Yeah, so basically 2 requirements. Got to have a short enough length, especially if it's like collapsed or whatever. Got to have a short enough length.
So something like an MPX would probably work here. I'm seeing that it's about the same dimensions.
Fit in there. Has to have a Picatinny rail up top. Doesn't even have to be continuous. It just has to be right here and then like about 6 inches away right here. As long as it's there and you can, I see it's QD levers as well.
I can see it conflicting with like most bigger optics. Like, I'm pretty sure that I won't be able to fit an EOTech. Again, maybe untrue. Maybe an EOTech fits into that handle just fine.
Well,
yes, exactly. You're off to the races. As long as it fits, you're pretty good. We typically try to keep it to a PDW length just to be.
Yeah, that's an Acro P2,
safe.
I think.
So as far as the construction of it, you have a couple levers here that actually mate in with the top here, a couple detents here, and a couple keepers on the other side there. That's what holds the unit together. There's locks on either side of the case. What you'll actually notice as well, when you look at the top of the case, there's QD mounts on the very top of it as well. So if you have a sling bag, you want to run it as a sling, you don't want to carry it as a briefcase, you can have that option as well. But this is made by us. This is a B&T product.
Of course it is. What's the shell made out of? Plastic, like a polymer?
Yes. Yep, polymer.
And then you've got all metal fittings, I see.
Yep.
You know how sometimes you'll have like a fanny pack that just screams gun because it's very obviously a 511 branded fanny pack? I kind of feel the same way about this. Normies are not going to pick up on this because normies have trouble walking and breathing at the same time. But anyone who is even slightly in the know, they're just going to look at that. Oh, that's a B&T quick release suitcase. There's a PDW inside.
Yep, all the accoutrement, yep, all the fittings to actually make everything work, the innards, it's all metal.
What prevents me from showing up to a deposition and this thing accidentally busting open? But when I'm about to ask some old lady about how she slipped and fell at the grocery store.
Yes, so we have a fail-safe that's right in the middle. When as long as it's engaged in the middle when the briefcase is closed, you cannot actuate the lever
This all looks like CNC'd aluminum.
itself to break it open.
I see. So it's like a 3-position safety right here. Yes. If it's on the left or the right, it's going to rip if you hit that trigger.
Yep.
Where if I put it in the middle, yeah, it's not even any play whatsoever. It'd be really embarrassing. You know, it'd be an embarrassing incident if they saw my submachine gun.
Yeah, it's a party trick, but you want to reserve that for parties.
Yeah. So I can go ahead, disengage safety, and then boom, good to go. You did a great job, Levi, telling everybody what we need to know, except for the 2 most important questions of SHOT Show.
When and the price.
Sir, smart man.
So as far as the price, this is coming from the source, Carl himself, so he can't get angry at what I say.
Yeah, 100%. I was there. I witnessed.
You
dude. Yeah, you were right there. So, Carl, yeah, this is on you. This is on you.
Give or take $1,250 US.
I mean, I think
no, get the fuck out. $12.50 for a plastic fucking shell and aluminum carry handles? Are you for real, my guy?
For what this is, that's pretty reasonable.
That's including the gun, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, I know I've looked at, for my MP5, like the vintage cases. I don't even know what they're going for anymore. So this is incredible. And I know you guys hate this question, but, you know, when?
When? So this is a first production model. We're expecting these hopefully to ship by middle of year.
Okay. All
So
right.
definitely stay tuned.
I know I'm.
Okay, I actually this is a for real question. The 1250, is that with the gun or not? If it just comes free with the gun, that's fine. Like $1,200 is a reasonable price for like a pistol caliber carbine. Never mind that you'll have to. It's an NFA item because it ships with a stock. You've spotted disguised blade weapons. They're a bit obvious sometimes. Well, listen, concealment is an imperfect art. And again, so if someone is attentive enough, you're going to spot something that's obviously trying to be hidden. But the price point is interesting. Like, again, if this is like gun included, then that makes perfect. That's fine. Yes, the $1,500 even is a perfectly fine price tag for that. Yeah. Without one, that PDW is 2,400 alone. Wait, so it is just the box. Their B&T is for real right now. They're asking for $1,200 plus tax for a plastic box with an aluminum quick release. Holy shit. There better be. I can't wait for Focus Trip to make fun of this.
On the list for one. I know Ryan's on the list for one. You guys are going to sell the piss out of this. I'm really sorry because this video is going to run like today or tomorrow, and y'all are going to get lit up. You're going to have these sold before you even make them. So I think.
Wait, can we go to the B&T website and just quickly check if it's already listed? Yes, I am over that age. Store, I guess. Store accessories. Yes, I am age verified. Thank you. Triggers, components, guns. I wouldn't even know like where to look for that. Spare parts, armor tools, swag, accessories, firearms, and suppressors. I guess that would be an accessory, right? There is absolutely no way they expect to charge $1,200 for a plastic shell suitcase with a quick release grip. Guys, like someone is going to make that for $300 the next day. And it's not really something that you can really just patent. Like, yeah, sure, you can patent the specific quick release, but not the concept of a quick release suitcase. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to pull a rare breed here. That is just not happening. Right, it's probably not on the website. Yes, we will suffer. B&T USA suitcase? MSRP. Come on. Discreet shooting bag. What the hell is that? Is that the same thing or not? No, that's not the same thing. That's like a soft case. The price for an APC 9K has gone up to $2,800, and it's not even full auto, by the way. That's the funniest thing about that. It's not even full auto. Like the only reason MP9s are as prominent as they are, you're getting a TP9 though. I mean, whatever makes you happy, man. Like you go and be happy. Holy shit, $1,200 for a suitcase. I would actually make fun of anyone buying this. I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. Why? Like, there are things you can buy for your gun. that cost that. I understand spending that on a gun for like functional attachments. Like a red dot and magnifier combo is going to run you about that much. Like an acro is going to be that much. But these are attachments that do things. Granted, if we're touching night vision, that's even more expensive because night vision is just like that. I am realistically going to spend $1,000 just finishing out my build for my Glock 19X. Like until I get all of the shit that I want, which was like magwell, red dot optic, compensator. If I even go with a compensator instead of just suppressing it, like that's gonna be realistically $1,000. No way in fucking hell am I paying $1,200 for a suitcase. Not because I don't have that money, but just as an item of principle because that thing isn't worth that much. I am sorry, absolutely the fuck not. Alright, Shogo is doing his little podcast things. I've left a snide comment under one of these and he kind of misunderstood the messaging under it. That's besides the point. But this particular episode, I hate watch it occasionally. I will admit to it. But this has served as a very interesting insight into his thinking and into the fact that he's not really a good instructor, which, who could have guessed that someone who's not really proficient in the things that he is teaching, he's also not a really productive teacher. So let's listen to this, and I'll have my running commentary as
皆さん、
well.
お稽古お疲れ様です。And welcome back to Beyond the Dojo. Guys, I'm so glad to be able to be back here in front of the camera like this. Last week, I'm recording this on Tuesday, by the way, but I started having a fever.
By the way, if you draw anything that's actually sharp, the way he just did, that is how you gradually wear the inside of your saya, and you are eventually going to crack it open.
Around the evening of last Monday, and the next 3 days I had a very high fever. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I had really high fevers. And then on Friday, I think, so it was a Thursday, the last day, I think, I was still feeling really, really ill, but I wanted to upload a episode. So I posted, a video on this channel.
I'm going to skip slightly ahead just because the Force story is not really relevant to what it's not relevant to what I wanted to look at, and it's generally not very interesting. He had pneumonia. He got over it. I'm happy he got over it. I do not care anymore.
Today, I want to talk with you guys about just a little bit about something that my wife and I often talk about too. And it's about the students, a type of students who develop, or I should say, advance quicker in the art that they're training in, and people who take more time from our point of view. And if you have any opinions, it'd be great if you could let me know what you think. What kind of people get better quicker, and what kind of people take more time to get better. And my wife, she's a kimono instructor and dresser, and she has been seeing other students as one of the students, and now currently she sees students as an instructor too, right? And she had her opinions about, okay, if that student says these kind of things as a habit, then it could be one of the reasons why they don't get better that quickly.
I have no insight. Well, okay, it's not fair to say that I have no insight. I have very little insight into kimono as a practice, because it's largely a female practice, because female wardrobes are way, way more sophisticated in Japanese kimono, and because of that, there's a certain degree of teaching that people need to go through to wear them in an informed fashion. Then it sort of turns into a snake eating its own tail. Like, at what point the sophistication kind of defeats the purpose of it, but that's entirely besides the point. I do not know the particulars of the practice. I've not been exposed to it in any meaningful fashion outside of, learning to wear my male kimono correctly, and that's about it.
Or develop, slowly, I should say, in the other, if you flip it over. But yeah, I like to share a couple of my opinions with you guys, okay? So the first thing I want to say is I think it's really important.
Just me, or is he developing a pretty gnarly fucking Norwood? Sorry, I'm
that
getting
when you are a
distracted.
student,
I just noticed, because he's sitting with the light bouncing off of his head, I just noticed that, holy damn, when the Norwood Reaper comes, he fucking comes all over you. Sorry, his skull is just so shiny.
and when you want to learn something, I think it's
I can't get that when I'm lazy with shaving my head. Like, I can't maintain that shiny of a scalp for more than a day.
really important that you are active and motivated, and you try to go and search for the information yourself, and not be like a taker and just be there and expect your instructors or the people around you to help you out and teach you.
So I'm going to, out of the door, disagree with that. All of the good instructors that I've had, and I've been very blessed with having good instructors throughout most of my learning, will actually discourage cross-contaminating teaching sources, especially at early stages of attainment. Because when you're establishing fundamentals in someone you're teaching, you need to make sure that the fundamentals you are teaching them and the fundamentals that they are having ingrained are your fundamentals, because that is the foundation that you will use to teach more advanced material. And once the student has gone through the advanced material and has basically exhausted the curriculum, they are then in the position where they can benefit from cross-contaminating other sources, and because then they can sort of mix and match and look at different approaches, and they are going to be informed enough to parse good and bad information. Typically, whenever foundational learning is taking place, watering down your basics is exclusively harmful, and your sort of third-party sources are usually more noise than signal, especially if we're talking about someone who's a brand new student who doesn't know any better.
Now, what I mean is, for example, the students who get better and advance quicker, like for example in Asayama in Budo, for example, are students who like our new style. We have plenty of videos on our channel as Sek Sensei, and Sek Sensei has explained many times before in past videos about our basic exercises and things like that. And I always send these videos to the newer students, and for them to watch and for them to study in advance and such. But there's always...
See, unless those videos are attached to a specific topic, you're just expecting someone to drink from a fire hose. Because both the Let's Ask Seki Sensei channel and the Japanese language Asayama Ichidenryu channel, that is a lot of information. Granted, it's also public-facing information, and with the Japanese... I'm not saying Seki Sensei does that, but a lot of Japanese instructors, when they're preparing forward-facing materials, they will install certain recognizable markers. They will set up little tripwires in the information that they relay in that source in order to identify who has actually received a direct transmission of knowledge and who has just, studied all of the externally available information, trying to sort of glean the particularities of your school. But again, let's assume that Asayama Ichidenryu doesn't do that. Everything they put out is just, chemically pure, standardized Asayama Ichidenryu, widely recognized, accepted by that particular school. Fine. Unless you are attaching that to a particular piece of teaching, it is not reasonable to expect, unless you're associating a specific video with answering a specific question, it is unreasonable to expect a student to go through the entire library of that particular YouTube channel and retain all of the information therein. Not only that, as someone who's instructed martial arts, including Musoji Kiden Shinryu Iaido, including different schools of jujutsu, I can tell you that even good, intentional students require repetition. You, as an instructor, will have to go over certain topics, certain elements, over and over again. You will have to make certain things a mantra, not because people are stupid, not because they're not paying attention, not because they're not able to pick up the material, but because they have so many things to constantly keep track of in the attainment of a new motor skill, they are going to lose track of things. Even if they consciously know them, you still have to lead them through these mantras, through these checkpoints, as you're building up their form repetition after repetition. And as an instructor, it's going to look like fucking Groundhog Day, because you will have to go over the same topic over and over and over and over again. And some people will take to this information faster, others will take to it slower. There's also an issue of there's a difference between them understanding that on a cognitive level and then and them internalizing that as consistent and stable muscle memory. And you have to be with them through that process of attaining that.
People who are, for example, like, I don't know what we're doing right now. I have no clue what we're doing, so I need more information. Please explain more to me.
Oh no. Who would have thought that someone who has come to learn and doesn't want to, learn something in an unsupervised manner that would be incorrect is expecting to be taught? I will remind you that Shogo, he's currently probably talking about his remote teaching, but he receives money for this. He markets himself as an Asayama Shidenryu instructor, even though he's not technically officially Shidoin. He markets himself as an instructor, and he receives money for that. He sells access to his remote teaching seminars.
I need someone to support me with this, help me out with this, and all that kind of stuff. And what happens is like, well, that what you just asked about is already written on this post, or what you just asked about is already in this video. Yeah.
Yes, but again, information that exists in a vacuum isn't valuable in and of itself, as it's valuable when it's contextualized with something that's currently being done. And as a new student, you may not be able to connect those two dots. And that is your job as an instructor to explain the connection between concepts that you may have alluded to in the past and their applications inside of a specific practice that's happening on a given day. Like if I'm explaining Tohonori, I will explain the connection of Tohonori to all of the techniques we're doing throughout the day, and I will highlight that if relevant, and I'm not going to throw a bitch fit over someone not immediately making that connection, especially if they're not a Dan student.
And then they would start saying, well, I don't know where that video is. Well, you can go and look for it, don't you think? Yeah.
No, because it is, again, if you are an instructor, you are covering specific curriculum under a certain class. It is up to you to exhaustively explain that material within the confines of that particular class. It's normal you can expect certain mandatory reading, but then you have to be specific about what that reading is. And again, that is something that you can only do with advanced students. And I don't mean advanced as in like, I don't know, Q grades, like they've passed a couple of exams and whatnot. No. Generally, I would not trust people under people aspiring for Yudansha, people aspiring for Dan grades, to go out and look for information, even in somewhat of a filtered repository, if it's exclusively things that I've pre-posted there.
Yeah, something like that. There are some people who just expect that.
Never mind. Like if you do that at work, you are a fucking asshole. Here's the thing. Like if someone asks you how to do a thing, and if it's like a brand new employee, you as the line manager are supposed to direct that person to the thing that you want them to be able to do.
Everything will just be brought in front of them. They could just lay on their bed and everything will be served to them, kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, they're not laying on their bed. They've put on the gi. They've set up a camera to participate in your yaya-ass fucking remote classes, my guy. Like, these are obviously people who have gone the extra mile of, paying for your instruction. And, excuse me for being blunt, but anyone who pays you for instruction definitely doesn't know better.
That is definitely not the right attitude to train in Japanese traditional culture, or I think in anything, you know. So I think that's the first thing. Especially even if it's not that bad. What I just explained to you right now is like the extreme example, right? Even if it's not.
I mean, it's more of an extreme example of you not understanding instruction. Like, if I were to address any one of my instructors with a question of, can you explain, like, a form, even if it is a form that we have sort of worked through in the past? Yes, there is an expectation that I will know the content of that form that is appropriate to my rank, but, like, they would expect me to ask certain questions of the content of that form. For example, like, if I have questions about, I don't know, Ippon Soi, and I would address my jiu-jitsu instructor with the questions about Ippon Soi, he would have me walk through the process of throwing Ippon Soi and then addressing questions about the form as they arrive.
Not that bad. For example, asking during class what happened before in our online lessons, like asking some questions to Sensei, that's something that you could basically look up yourself and you'd be able to know. Like, which...
Again, what is the fucking point of having an instructor from whom you expect instruction if you are supposed to, well, just go look it up? Well, damn, I can just go and look up the curriculum of Asayama Ichiden Ryu, and then why do I need you? Like, again, not all students how should I put this? Not all students are at a level where they're going to have well-informed questions that should be directed at Seki-sensei, because Seki-sensei is the head, he is the patriarch of the style. So maybe don't give fresh students access to him as part of your advertised package that they pay for. Maybe limit access to Seki-senseis to Yudansha, who would benefit from being able to ask him questions. Because legitimately, like, the purpose of having Shidoin, the purpose of having sort of senior students, is to tard wrangle the new students. Because the time of anyone who's higher up at the hierarchy, everyone who's Hanshi level, is better spent instructing senior students as opposed to constantly going through the circles of explaining fundamentals to your newer, less experienced people. And go look it up is not a fucking answer, my guy. That is just not a response that is appropriate inside of a teaching environment. If I am placing myself, if I am inserting myself into a teaching context, yes, and that also includes if I am paying into a teaching environment, if I am investing my time into being in that teaching environment, I expect to be taught, which was, a thing every time I've been instructed, including when I was instructed by Japanese instructors in obscure Koryu styles. Like, if I were to ask a question of the instructors working with us, they would just answer me they would just answer the question, sometimes providing some reason, some sort of, external context to why a certain thing is that way, while instructing me in it.
But should you have forward when you do this movement? Well, you can go back and watch, like in our online lessons, all of the past lessons are free to watch. You can go back and watch the the lessons 3 years ago.
No one is going to watch 3 years of backlog of your online lessons, because that is a gigantic storage of information, very little of which is actually valuable. It is not a good use of anyone's time. If I pay for instruction, I expect to be instructed. I don't pay for access. I don't primarily pay for access to a backlog of grainy streams to be then told, well, go figure it out. Why the fuck do I need you then?
And still be able to
Never mind that remote teaching for Budo is an oxymoron in and of itself. There is no such thing as productive teaching in a remote video seminar setting. This is pure, unadulterated snake oil.
You watch everything. So there has to be a video where you can check which foot was forward when you do this movement kind of thing, you know? Yeah, so that's not something you...
Guy, then why are you there? Just sell the backlog of videos. Why are you making new instructionals?
You should take everyone's time, you know? If you take 5 minutes from our online lessons, we only have 60 minutes per class, right? So that's a huge loss for the whole community. And yeah, I think that's number one.
My brother in Christ, I doubt the value of the information that you're putting out within those 60 minutes. I'm sorry. Like, again, you're expecting someone to spend an upward of several hours going through the backlog of instruction as a brand new student who doesn't recall the structure of a specific form. Like, that is such an asinine approach to it. Again, let's going back to it. If I address any one of my instructors, for example, in Iaido, questioning, like, what is the correct footwork in this particular form? Yes, and that includes which leg do I have forward. Not only is he going to say which leg is supposed to be forward, he's going to explain why it's there. Because that is how you ingrain information in the minds of your students. You have to recite the mantra to them, and as they practice, they will internalize the mantra, and they will gradually steep in the meaning and in the practice, and they will develop a tactile understanding of the reasoning that also ties into the correct tactile feedback of doing the form correctly. It is the transference of experiential knowledge. That is the entire fucking point of your practice. You would know that if you were an actually qualified instructor.
Yeah, asking someone else to do something for you, which is something that you can do easily, are definitely students who don't develop that quickly. Which
asking the instructor to instruct you after you paid for instruction is bad, apparently.
Who takes time to get better, and the senseis, of course, instructors will notice that, and they won't provide to that student that much compared to the other students anymore because of their attitude, you know. So I think that's number one. Number two, in terms of...
If you expect to be taught by your instructor, then your instructor will remember that and then proceed to teach you even less. If you find yourself in that feedback loop, that is a bad instructor, and you should probably remove yourself from that circumstance.
Maybe,
especially as a new student. Again, there is a difference between just not internalizing what you are told. If you can't process things that you are directly told, if you can't process prior learning, if you can't retain information, that's an entirely different subject. If you are just that fucking dense that you can't go through, you can't retain any material, then yes, you're just wasting the instructor's time. And again, having instructed people who are like adult men, sometimes when they're like in their 40s, they're going to struggle with new motor skills because they're fucking middle-aged men. I'm sorry, they just don't have as many mirror neurons. They don't have the body proprioception to pick up certain things as quickly. I've literally had to instruct someone who will do a component of a movement correctly. I will correct the thing that he needs to look at, and he will forget like the rest of the fucking movement. That's what happens. And you either work with the limitations that people bring to the class, and as a good instructor, you should have a certain understanding of how to do that, or you just refuse to instruct them altogether.
Maybe not just Budo, but I feel that people or students who don't get better in their art very quickly, number two, are people who start moving when their senses are still talking. Now, I find it very, very disrespectful when you asked, for example, your sensei, please check my technique, my kata, and he's talking, he's explaining something to you, and you've already turned your back toward the camera, for example, if it's an online lesson.
So, again, this is a problem of mismatched etiquettes. You are trying to apply a standard of Japanese etiquette, of Japanese in-person etiquette, to a context of remote learning that you have very deliberately set up for, let's be real, mostly American students. You want American money, but then you're offended that people who you have not taught Japanese etiquette don't know Japanese etiquette, especially when they have to learn from you outside of an environment where they would have been taught Reiho. If you have not taught the people Reiho, why are you expecting them to know Reiho? Again, given the extremely low bar for the quality here, and just legitimately the appeal of the service, the service being targeted at the lowest common denominator, people who are not able to find a good dojo in their vicinity, it's unreasonable to expect them to already be educated in formal Japanese etiquette. Especially in applying that formal Japanese etiquette to a glorified Zoom call.
And you're starting to move around. Well, even in the in-person training, it's the same thing too. You're like, okay, your sensei came and your sensei is explaining something to you and you're already started moving and you're starting to do whatever he started explaining to you. There might be more to what he explained. You just heard the first part of it and you started doing it already. There might be, a second important point, third important point, what he's explaining, right?
Yes, that's, and these are all things that you are supposed to explain to people in your dojo. It is part of your gym discipline, and these are things that you are supposed to ingrain in people, and these are things that you are supposed to instill in them. No one comes with a default understanding of dojo etiquette. For one, because dojo etiquette is very different. It's very different between American schools and Japanese dojos. It's very different between different dojos within the same country. Etiquette is very different, for example, between Brazilian jiu-jitsu gyms in Japan and a more formalized, for example, judo gym. Etiquette is going to be different between Kyokushin gyms and more formal Koryu gyms. And you cannot expect everyone to be on the same page as your expectation of Reiho.
So I really think, and you really focus
and in the context of a remote learning session, I assume that if someone asks you for pointers on technique, they need to take a step away from the laptop in order to have the space to physically acknowledge the things that you are trying to explain, because it is a lot of information for people for whom this is a new motor skill, and they may want to try to move through the movements. But you, a fucking Nidan, are throwing a fit like you are an anointed, decorated Hanshi who's just been slighted by someone who should know better.
Watch your sensei move. If he's actually demonstrating it for you at that moment, I think it's really important that you try to almost record his movements in your brain, burn it onto your brain almost. I think that is really important. I feel like students who think that all the techniques that you learn from your senses, regardless of what it is, whether it's Budo or music or things like that, a lot of students who think that everything can be understood just with their head, with words and things like that, tend to misunderstand this. There are, as we discussed, 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, on Beyond the Dojo, we talked about this, but everything cannot be explained with words, right? More than half of what you have to learn, you have to watch and realize yourself. Yeah, it's something that you can't explain with words, which means...
Yes, that's experiential proprioception. You would have a better understanding of when that occurs if you were a real instructor.
It's a very, very precious opportunity having your sensei explain to you what you are doing wrong and what you should do correctly. So you should really stop, pause, focus everything on watching, listening, digest.
It's also considered rude to eat and drink while facing towards whoever else is present with you at the training session. And that is whoever is behind the camera. Meanwhile, Shogo is over here just chugging water while in full view, directly in front of the camera.
Testing it,
Like, two can play that game. I can be very, very anally retentive about Dojo Reiho. Because I've done most of my training in a very strict dojo, where you are supposed to stand fucking hands at your side, pinched together in yumite, with your heels put together, staying at attention while your instructor speaks. Because that was the standard that was expected of us whenever we would attend a larger gashuku in Japan. So as to not fumble in front of the Japanese instructors, we would retain that very strict reiho as part of our daily practice.
Bringing it in, and then when your sensei stops talking, then you should start moving from there. Okay, so I think the wrong image of, as long as you're listening to what your sensei is saying, you should be able to do it. It probably creates these problems, but no, you have to.
The primary source of these problems is that remote learning is a very questionable context for trying to impart motor skills, especially kinetic and contact motor skills.
Almost try to be your sensei, almost try to be a copy of your sensei. And then finally, from there, once you understand whatever art you're doing is about, you'll be able to add your own creativity to it. But that is like decades and decades later in the future, right? So in the beginning, you should really, really listen and focus, watch, listen to what your sensei is saying or doing. That's the second thing I realized. Students who don't do that, they often tend to think that they are doing something correctly, even though they aren't. Or sometimes they can't accept what their senseis are explaining to them, and they don't try to fix it right away. Kind of thing happens. Students who try to move around when their senseis are still explaining to them. And number 3, this is a very, very difficult point, and I have talked about this before this channel turned into Beyond the Dojo, but when I was still doing the podcast together with my wife Harumi, we did talk a little bit about this, but I really feel that during training and when your sensei is explaining something to you, you really shouldn't say any excuses. Okay, and this is very, very difficult, and I totally understand because I too am still a student of many, many forms of art, and I am sort of like an instructor. I really can't say with confidence that I'm an instructor yet.
Yes, you are. You are definitely not a fully fledged instructor. You are not someone who should be instructing other people, especially not for money.
Because I really haven't reached a certain level in ASMHNU yet, but being a student, also be, in training instructor, I really feel that you shouldn't say any excuses when your sensei explains something to you. And I totally understand that you want to say something. Let's say, oh, well, I actually have injured this part of my body, or, it's because my room is like this. If it's an online lesson, let's say it's because my room is this size, or, I accidentally just slipped right now, and things like that. You'd want to say it when you accidentally made a mistake that you usually wouldn't. When you ask for a check, for example, you want your sensei to watch your kata, you did something, oh my gosh, I was wearing socks and not my tabi, that's probably the reason why I couldn't do it.
So that is a cultural thing. Whenever, and again, that is a thing that you, Shogo, should be teaching your students, as opposed to just sitting there and seething silently, or berating them in an angry video that you put out on the internet, passive-aggressively reciting specific anecdotes. Thankfully, without naming names, although you do have people as B-roll here, so that's also not a great thing to do. To have other people be props in your video when you're retelling a negative anecdote. There is a cultural component to this. As part of standard Japanese instructions, when you are receiving feedback, the only response is "hai" or "us," depending on the specific context. If you're in a Kyokushin gym, everything is "us." In more sort of traditional mainline Japanese arts, "hai, hai, wakarimashita, hai." Or not even that, just nod and okay, just acknowledge the things that you are being told and try again. And if you are accepting foreign students into the tradition, it is incumbent upon you as their instructor, as a self-assigned sensei, to educate them, to teach them the appropriate way to accept instruction. And not just bitch about it on the internet.
It properly. I totally understand that you would want to say that. You know, you would want to explain why you couldn't do it the way you wanted to do it. Yeah, but you shouldn't say anything. Yeah, this is a difficult point. When we talked about, my wife and I, when we talked...
Yes, and you should make that point directly to students who do that. Whenever someone responds to your corrections with, oh, well, I slipped, take the time, again, because it's an online lesson, it's not a very conducive environment for actual quality teaching, especially not one-on-one, because there are other people present in the call. You can't explain to them that, or like you as a teacher lack the experience and the awareness to turn this into a teachable moment for your other foreign students. You can't use this as a positive teaching moment, pivoting this into, okay, let's talk over, like, let's dedicate a lesson to Reiho. These are things you do. These are things you don't do. This is how you react or respond to when you're receiving instruction. If something happens, you do this, you do not do this. And you may have to do that a number of times because you will also have new people coming who are not onboarded into the culture of your dojo. And I am being very charitable with that wording because you have no fucking dojo. Even your in-person classes are taught out of a dance studio. Probably because no formal dojo would let you use their space. Because you don't need to rent a dance studio in Kyoto. The Budo Center is public use. It's, what, 300 yen per person? You can just lock in a piece of the schedule. There's more than enough space for a small group of people, and your group is small. But I think that it has something to do with the same reasons for which you, for example, don't have any Japanese students. If you primarily teach foreigners, you will have to teach them things that foreigners don't know about Japanese culture, about Japanese pursuits. That is assumed as part of the curriculum that you are advertising to a foreign audience of novices, because no one but a novice would sign up to your courses and to learn from you, my guy. I have seen you do Musoji Kiden. I wouldn't have graded Shodan with that execution.
Talked about in the previous podcast on this channel about tea ceremony and what tea ceremony has taught us. And one of the most important lessons that my tea master has taught me is to shut up. Okay, don't say.
Okay, then why are you not teaching your students to do that? Yes, that is a lesson of highly formalized Japanese pursuits. Shut the fuck up. Listen what you're told. I, as someone who still receives instruction in Sado, you shut the fuck up and listen and internalize what you are being told. That is a very, very useful skill that I was instructed in. I understand that. Why are you failing to impart that to your students and are instead complaining about it on the internet?
Anything. Yeah. As being an instructor, I recently totally, what should I say, understand how the instructor side feels. The moment the instructor side, they take time to explain something to their students, this, and that, and a lot of energy and time. And the moment your student says, oh, it's because my something hurts, or, oh, it's because I just slipped, it just happened. The moment you hear that,
my something hurts means your student is injured. and you are expecting them to perform a physical activity. And you're disregarding that because you are frustrated, as opposed to being a responsible and informed instructor and paying attention to that feedback. Because you are now exposing your students to the risk of injury as part of your practice. Painful feedback is not a natural part of practicing Budo, definitely not when practicing solo forms. And if a student is sharing to you feedback, their experiential feedback, it is incumbent upon you as an instructor. I know that I'm almost tired of saying that over and over again, but that's the overall message of looking at today's video. It is incumbent on you as an instructor to guide them through that experience. If they are injured, you need to accommodate that. Or, if there is no accommodation to be made, just not have them perform the exercise. If that is a permanent injury, you work with them around their physical limitations, because again, I've worked with people with physical limitations. I've adjusted the forms. I've had people who, because of the condition of their knees, they can't sit in seiza. I've still somehow managed to teach them Iaido, nevertheless. If they are unwilling to learn, you don't teach them. If they're incapable, if they're physically incapable of doing certain things where they get pain feedback, you work through that feedback with them. Not just expect them to fucking grit their teeth and go through it, unless that is the purpose of the exercise. But then that's not koryu. That is a hazing practice in karate. That is it's not exactly a hazing process, but it's part of the conditioning process of karate. Definitely not found in most koryu styles, because koryu doesn't deal with conditioning, because it's a more sophisticated concept. It's admittedly a more Chinese concept overall.
You're like, okay, well, if you're going to be like that, I'm not going to teach you anymore. Yeah, I really, really feel that too nowadays, because I start teaching, in person, online lessons.
That is a very female response to that.
Since this fall, you're like, what should I say? You took all the time and energy to explain so much to you, and it's almost like, well, I knew all about that. You just wasted your time explaining things to me because I knew why this happened.
Yeah, that's also not what your student is telling you. Your student is telling you that he hears you, he is trying to onboard your information, and that is how he is processing it. And you are supposed to, within reasonable limits, to work with your student through that experience. And again, yes, it is generally considered impolite to have a back and forth regarding feedback to technique in a Japanese context. You should also teach your students about that. That way, the only feedback they have to share, or the only response to feedback they will have to share, is actually useful information that you should work through.
And it feels very uncomfortable and unpleasant from the instructor's side. So I think that's really important. Even if you have something, you should stay quiet. And especially when it comes to Budo, if you
Yes, and that way, if again, with that attitude, you are going to end up with people who, for example, aggravate their meniscus injury while taking your class, because you are self-important and gassed up that you can't take a step away from your high horse and work through the experiences that you are supposed to be guiding your students through. You are going to eventually cause damage to their health. If you are that immature, if your immediate response is to become offended, you lack the requisite maturity to instruct people in anything, much less martial arts.
For example, your feet slipped because of something, that's your fault. If this was the actual demonstration, like an Enbu performance in front of lots of people, in the past, if this was a real fight, for example, you are dead. Yes, you have failed the Enbu. Yes, there's...
Remember how, again, we didn't probably watch this videos, but in previous videos, Shogo complained how people will comment under his videos that the Budo skills that he is learning are not useful in a real fight. But all of a sudden, the standard of this will get you killed in the streets is back on the menu because it currently frustrates him. That's not a very cash money double standard, my guy. Yes, if you slip during an embu, that's a big fucky wucky. You generally shouldn't. You also should not be clearing people to perform embu up until such time where they can confidently perform without having to, without having the instinctual reflex to make excuses for things that happened.
No excuse after that. No one's going to be listening to your excuses. So there is no excuse in the first place. Yeah. Let's say for me, I have Raynaud's syndrome. Yeah, my fingers could get very, very cold. They don't. I can't use my fingers how I can during summer or warmer seasons. During winter, my fingers are getting really better right now, so they're not that bad anymore. But in the past, my fingers would rot, for example. My fingers would hurt. Yeah, that's my body. But that's my body, right? So what am I going to say? Am I going to go out on the battlefield in the past and say like, hi guys, I have Raynaud's syndrome. So I just want you to understand that I can't swing the katana around like you guys. So please take it easy on me.
No, in that context, you would usually learn to work around your limitations. If you are not capable of conditioning yourself away from those physical limitations, you learn to work around them. I'm struggling with an example because despite my frequent complaints about lifting injuries and whatnot, I am still predominantly intact. I am blessed with the miracle of having both meniscuses intact. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not particularly tall, for example. So that puts a certain limit on things that I can, like, I'm 5'9". There are a lot of people who are taller than me. And in a striking context, if someone has more reach, that means that I need to study and learn around the context of, this being the disparity. I have to learn how to deal with people with longer reach. I'm not going to make excuses, but that also means that I just need to be aware of that. That's pretty much it. Like, I had one of my instructors has a physical injury, like a debilitating physical injury. He doesn't have basically most of his thumb. And he's still perfectly fine forming holds and and hold downs. Like, he's trained around that. And first of all, it doesn't impede his execution. It also doesn't impede his instruction. Because as part of the practice, through the steps of attainment, shu ha ri, replicate, break, separate. You are supposed to learn the fundamentals, adapt the fundamentals, and then make them your own. And it's not about making excuses in the moment. It's not about disregarding what your instructor tells you. It is trying to communicate with your instructor about your journey of internalizing the knowledge you are being given.
No, you only have your body, and you only have your body to control. So you have to live with it. Okay. If, for example, if you're shorter, if you're taller, if your arms are longer or shorter, and it's more difficult for you to do techniques, then you need to practice, right? If some parts of your body hurt.
Yes, but you also need to explain, for example, if someone's like just reach in terms of their arm length is not sufficient to draw a katana that would normally be easily drawable with their leverages, you need to explain to them that they are to make up the difference with correct rotation of their hip in order to be able to draw that longer sword. That is information that is contained within the lineage that you supposedly represent. And your entire purpose as a self-appointed instructor is to relay that to people who have come to learn from you.
Because you got caught in an accident in the past, you still have to practice. That's your body. That's your body, and we have to live with it. So there is no excuse there. I personally feel that way, especially because I do have a very severe sickness myself, and I have never never ever said any excuses. If I, for example, said, "Oh, my fingers hurt," I always try my best never to say anything to my teammaster as well, because if I say so, she's not going to be teaching anything to me anymore. Let's say she taught me, okay, the angle of your hand when you hold the tea rattle or something like that is not correct, and I say, "Oh, it's because my fingers hurt." Then she's like, "Okay," and then she won't teach me anything anymore, because even if she tries to explain something to me, I will probably say again, "Oh, it's because my hand hurts. Oh, it's because my legs hurt," or whatever, so on and so forth. And you're not listening. If you're not going to listen, I'm not going to teach you.
Again, if you have a reason for something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not listening. And again, yes, in a conventional Japanese instruction context, complaining and talking back is generally considered an unacceptable behavior. And the problem of your finger placement on a T-whisk are yours to solve. You are given a standard, you're supposed to fit into this. You can actually ask your teacher as to, "Listen, my hands hurt. They like actually hurt. How can I work around this?" If there is no working around this, you just either suck it up or you just don't do it. Or you just clench your teeth and you go through it. Listen, I've held a fucking kettle lid, a brass kettle lid with no fukusa, because I'm a fucking man. And yes, I did scold the fingerprints off of my 2 first fingers doing so. No one caught that. No one knew it hurts. Well, I mean, the senior instructor intuited that it hurt because I tensed up. And had a brief ponderous moment after that, but I didn't say anything.
Is what the instructors would probably feel, and that's what I felt too. Hearing some excuses sometimes from the students, and again, go back to the beginning.
Did you correct them on the spot, or did you just internalize it like a bitter old wife?
As a student, I totally understand. You don't want to make your sensei you don't want to disappoint your sensei. You don't want to think that you don't want your sensei to think that you always make these mistakes. Yeah. And sometimes the things that you usually wouldn't do, you happen to do when you ask for checks or when your sensei is watching and they come up to you and like, "You're not doing this correctly." And you're like, I know. I usually don't. If I do it 100 times, I would do it 90 times correctly. And that one time I made a mistake, I was caught, and my sensei, came up to me and said it. But still, it's us that made the mistake, okay? So I think it's really important that we need to keep those words, don't let them come out of your mouth. Don't type them in the chat, okay? I totally understand, but it's you're the one who is going to be losing a lot of teachings in the future, or your relationships with your sensei. So I think.
So what he's saying is, here's this esoteric component that's lost in translation between sort of, English speaking students and a Japanese instructor. He's not going to explain it to you as part of your paid instructional sessions, but he is going to ice you out of attentive instruction in the future because you have performed this cultural faux pas. Despite not ever being instructed on this being considered a cultural faux pas. That is the most passive-aggressive female shit I have ever imagined. I have ever heard.
That's a really important thing that we all need to keep in mind, so we don't regret those actions in the future, and so you can still continue to.
How about you instruct your students?
Receive as many teachings from your sensei as possible. Okay. So 3 things, as I mentioned. I totally forgot what the first one was. Do you guys remember? The first one was, well, I remember the second one. The second one was to not move around when your sensei is still speaking. Yeah. And the third one I just said, yes, don't.
The first one is looking up your information on your own. The first one was expecting instruction when you have come to be instructed. I'm gonna cut it here. Otherwise, I'm gonna catch some. I'm gonna throw a clot if I continue listening to this. There is a reason why I profoundly dislike Shogo. He's he's not a great representative of martial arts, and what he does can legitimately be described as a grift. With the remote learning, with the blatant tourist trap dojo that he runs in Kyoto. And I think that it reflects very poorly on Asayama Ichidenryu for ever authorizing him to do any of this. Alright, I'm gonna start a poll while I go and refill my tea and my water and my everything else, and we're going to vote on what we're going to do today. Because we have options. Really, only 2 people in chat, eh? Alright, I'm gonna give y'all a poll. Seku, you can vote by mail-in, I guess. What do our options are? Subnautica. Puzzles with waifus. That's Abyss School. I'm gonna sign that. Abyss. It doesn't have enough letters. It's Abyss School. You know what? Wild card. Dawn of War. I'm kind of feeling a hankering for playing 40k without giving 40k money. Because the whole Troon Stoties thing is really illuminating and has actually put me off of giving GW any money whatsoever in the future. Like, I was on the cusp of buying Space Marine 2 on sale, and now I just don't want to. These people very transparently do not like me. They do not respect the lore that I like. They are going down the path of Star Wars under Kathleen Kennedy, and just as I've withdrawn my money from them for Mortal Kombat, probably I can think of another franchise I did that to. I'm going to withdraw my money from Warhammer, because fuck you. Alright, here's your BRB screen. I will be right back. Go use the facilities, refill your drinks. Alright. You have, for some reason, voted for Dawn of War? Are you sure, Gecko? Like, have you seen Dawn of War before? Like, let me just confirm that you really want... That is really what you want. That is a Warhammer 40k real-time strategy, and the way I play it is with Unification mod. If you want it, I will respect the vote, since no one else bothered to vote. But you will be solely responsible for it. Sorry, I was trying to stick a wrapper there. You're a complete noob when it comes to Warhammer. Well, yeah, I can see that because it's spelled, like Warhammer, all one word, no spaces. So Oni wife brought me a Castella cake. Oh, to be specific, she brought me a third of a Castella cake because she ate the rest. Alright, listen, if you want it, I will play it. And just letting you know that you're probably not going to really enjoy it without understanding the larger context of the game. Suit yourself. Dawn of War. Which one am I supposed to run for this? I keep forgetting. I think Soulstorm. War is War? Yes and no. Warhammer is a very esoteric setting. Usually they require like a university degree's worth of reading just to get into. Again, don't let me dissuade you. I was the one who put it there. You wouldn't come back from preoccupation and overturn a vote? That would be mean. Listen, we don't take absentee ballots, please and thank you. There's we count our votes same day. I'm just, I'm posting some warnings. Oh, that's very loud. To someone who may not be entirely in the know as to what the hobby entails. There's probably not a Warhammer 40k themed mate engine pet. Not that I'm aware of. Although I could probably look around for a VRM model of a Sister of Battle, I guess. Now that I think about it, let me actually do that. Just maybe. Sister of Battle 40k VRM model, because there are Deptasorita's 3D model, but that's not VRM. I'm definitely not going to rig it for today. For one, I really don't feel like rigging it up at all. That's a pretty high quality model, I have to admit. However, it's not rigged. It's also not downloadable. Needs to include VRM. Wait, did I just see Vroid? Vroid, okay. Sisters of Battle 40k. If it's workable, I can just download it and plug it into. I don't hate it. Can I use this model? Yes. You know what? It's a little bit on the simpler side. Fuck it. We ball. Alright, let me... Am I not signed in on this? I should be signed in on this PC. I don't remember my logins. I'm gonna have to sort through like 5 different sets of passwords. Ah, never mind, I got it. All right, maybe we will have a Sister of Battle desk pet yet. VRM0 download is not allowed. Then how do I use this model on the connected apps? This is so fucking stupid. Do I need to go to Vroid Hub first? I need to update my... Okay, this is entirely too much investment for a throwaway gag. Sorry. No 3D Sister of Battle for you, chat. Hell, maybe the game is going to refuse to capture altogether. Which it kind of... It's kind of looking like that right now. No, there it is. Okay. I'm gonna play Skirmish. I really don't want to play Nuns with Guns, just because we played them last time. I still don't know how to play them correctly, so... I'm gonna go with a different faction, if y'all permit me. Maybe I'll go vanilla, and just get myself some Space Marines. And just have some spicy chapter. You know what? I'm feeling Angels of... I'm feeling Dark Angels. How are we feeling about playing Dark Angels? Because they are their own faction here, so it's not going to be completely vanilla Space Marines. But it's still going to be, you know, representative of the setting. I think we've played Thousand Sins before, right? Right, where I usually like my larger maps because it precludes me from having the AI shit down my neck instantaneously. You know, the AI is going to be a little bit more preoccupied with killing each other first. Unless they decide to beeline for me, in which case I'll just have no counter. Alright, let's see. I think that's an 8-player map that I typically play on. Let me see... Oh, there it is. Northlands. Alright. Race. Dark Angel. What do we want to go for color scheme? Pre-heresy. What does that look like? We'll start simping for the Sisters of Battle or wherever they might be. Sisters of Battle are definitely a choice for simping because basically it's... how should I put this? No, Terry, how would you explain Sisters of Battle to someone who does not have, like, larger 40k context? Insane religious zealots? An all-female group of insane religious zealots who have, dedicated their life to the Emperor of Mankind. The chaplain goes hard as fuck, I have to say. Angels of Vigilance. I'm not too keyed in on Dark Angel successor chapters. We train orphans to be the most faithful soldiers of mankind, no men allowed. That's a good way of putting it. But that also sounds like, see, most people who are not into the setting are just going to hear that, and their first reaction is going to be wife. And I feel like that's not an entirely appropriate reaction to what the Sisters of Battle are. Okay, let's just go with, you know, vanilla vanilla Dark Angels. We're just gonna set everything else as random, just for shits and giggles. There's no actual rules against them doing woman things, not in a way that would preclude their other duties. It depends on which ordo they're under. And for one, other woman things, they're definitely, you know, they're full-time, they are a full-time, militant arm of the ecclesiarchy, so it's not like you're going to, you know, wife one up anytime soon. You would say 99% wife to nearly everything. That's not a great mindset to have, Gecko. I think you should appreciate what you bring to the table in a relationship with a woman and not immediately agree to the first woman that gives you validation. That's how a lot of men have ended up in very bad relationships, myself included. Fortunately, I was able to survive them and make better choices later in life. But I think modern culture spends a lot of time beating young men down and thinking that any time a woman gives them attention, it's just God's grace and they should just instantly and unquestionably accept it and be happy about it. No. Women deserve to hear no way more frequently than they do. Almost no one writes them correctly because they're trained to exceptional standard, the best humans you can produce before you start making Space Marines. What about Inquisitors, though? Because, you know, funny haha Inquisition bad. Very many of them are augmented. Very many of them are centuries old. Inquisitors employ retinue, I see. Then again, see, that's the thing. Like, everyone who is produced by the Schola Progenia is technically going to be that, because it's all orphaned children of nobility and people otherwise who have died in respectable ways in service to the Emperor. So technically... that would also include a lot of people in the Administratum, in the Ecclesiarchy. I mean, they were written pretty correctly in the Age of Apostasy, because they were a pivotal player in the Age of Apostasy. Given that they were mostly formed as an attempt by the ecclesiarchy to coup the rest of the imperial government. You see what you voted for, Gecko? Remember how I told you that voting has consequences? It's taking quite a while to load. It's probably loading in like 8 different races. I'm going to regret this decision. I should have closed off at least half of the map slots. Okay, let's see if it's at all similar. Aha, it's not at all similar. Think. I don't remember my macro.
Our eyes are sharp, and our dedication is strong.
Do I need another tech servitor? That's not a servitor, though. That's a tech marine. Oh, okay, now, okay, that's... I don't think that's a servitor. That still looks more like a tech priest. I think that's a mislabeling. If Tech Marine is present, interesting. Let's stretch out a little bit further, just to get ahead of anyone trying to contest our immediate surroundings. I probably won't want to overextend all the way up to the relic, just because that's going to be a lot of fighting. And we want to focus on building up our initial strength first. Company Master, that's our hero. Alright, let's get a single Space Marine squad.
Ready for task. Position is secure. Assembly package.
Let's work backwards.
This is the Emperor's Galaxy.
No, this is not a multiplayer match. First of all, there are very few players who still actively play Dawn of War. We wouldn't find anything in matchmaking. I don't think a matchmaking infrastructure even exists, so you would need to set up a virtual LAN network for it. That, and you're also asking for trouble whenever you're playing this modded, and this is a severely modded version of Dawn of War. Also, the music is very loud. I appreciate the custom music, it's actually very loud.
We have it now.
Alright, we captured another strategic point. Let's explore a little bit just to see if we have any over-eager neighbors. Alright, not yet. Let's capture that point real quick. Just to figure out the boundaries we can function in. Where are my Space Marines? There they are. I like that there's bespoke sound design, like all of the voice lines are made from scratch for them. That is a very nice touch. They're just letting us have it. I'm not gonna argue with a good thing. I'll just take my influence points. Hell, I'll fortify that position if given the opportunity.
Assembling package.
We're gonna keep these guys over there. We may want to. We want to need Sacricity Chamber. So that used to be called an armory under standard Space Marines. Interesting. I guess our main doctrinal difference is that we're more deep strike focused, Terminators and whatnot.
Iron 1, 10, 8, 13. Raised by faith alone. We are his loyal servants unto death.
I feel like I should have a bit of a presence here. Oh, you already... okay. Do we not have turrets as just, you know, a thing that we can... Okay, plasma gun turrets. Okay, interesting. Let's establish a choke point there. Want to get into Warhammer, but you see no point in getting into another hobby that's being gutted by woke ideology. You already suffered enough with Star Wars. That's... Up. Add a sergeant. What are you? Orcs, not great, not great, not great. Let's have them run circles around us. We do not want to engage in fisticuffs with orcs. But it's good that we know who our neighbors are. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Guardsmen. Nah, that's the last thing I need. Where are my scouts? Oh.
Directions, my master?
Scout sergeant, sniper rifles, nice. Yeah, so here's the thing. The fandom itself, rather the lore of it, is still very interesting, and it's very much worth exploring. It is preferable to try to do that without giving GW money. I understand that it's a little bit difficult to do. Arch Warhammer is probably the best way to consume lore. Rather, let me roll that back. There's a multitude of ways to enjoy Warhammer 40k. And you can do that depending on sort of what your preferred medium is. Some people just read the books, others just play the games. Others just paint minis. Alright, let me pull you back to go and quickly capture this.
We are the power sorting this.
Okay.
We are his loyal servants unto death.
Okay, so what do we have? We have guardsmen and we have, flamers. Let's have flamers as our primary.
Yes, honored knight.
Long range AoE damage, low rate of fire. Effective against heavy infantry, light vehicles, las cannon. Very long range armor piercing. Vehicles and aircraft to enemy armor. Now we're gonna keep it as is. Which Dawn of War is this? This is the first one, and this is with unification mods. So the correct way to play it. Alright. Exactly. Oh, no, not here, not here. Sorry, I misclicked. Actually, you know what? We could potentially try to contest a relic over here.
Position is secure.
The machine serves the Eagles.
Alright. Ooh, Dreadnought, nice. Mortis Dreadnought and regular Dreadnought. Effective against infantry and armor. Ah, okay, we need more generators. We're gonna work on that. Let's get another Invoke Watcher in the dark. Sure.
Some secrets are known only to me.
They know nothing.
Detects infiltrated units, okay. Primaris Scout Marine, go find and kill it.
I am what the Emperor intended. As our Rexit gods, so does our devotion. Fears little effect.
A Chaos Listening Post, none shall stand. Send in the Dreadnoughts. Gecko, you don't know what Dreadnoughts are. Mortis meme goes here. Alright, I'm getting a little scatterbrained. Chaplain, yes. Fury of the Raven Wing allows Samael, Grandmaster Raven Wing. Thunderhawk Gunship. Belial, Master of Deathwing. Deathwing Company Champion. Let's go for this. Big robot? Well, not entirely accurate. You see, the point of the Dreadnought that makes him cool is not that it's a big robot, it's that it is a superhuman who has been mortally wounded in his service and rebuilt to serve eternally even in death. So there is a certain, you know, grim dark component to it. Rumors of the Fallen. Scout infiltration. Excellent. Alright, we have you to reinforce. We're doing pretty okay, we're doing pretty okay. I'm not sure if I should... what I should prioritize right now. Vault of Secrets. Alright, we're gonna go Deathwing. I guess that's going to be the path we're taking based on the direction of upgrades that we've chosen. Oh, damn, that relic is really taking its sweet time being captured. Let's go attach the chaplain to these guys. Gonna give them a heavy bolter as well. Alright, the scouts should now be invisible. Yes, they are. Alright, now we can go and harass the opposition. Alright, we're doing a little bit better. We could do a little bit better for energy sources, but there's a lava duct over there we're gonna build over momentarily. Can we build minefields, is the operative question here.
Emperor's Galaxy. Onward, brothers.
There's Chaplain.
Heretics, aliens, mutants are the foes of the
Emperor. Deathwing Apothecary, Deathwing Standbearer, Chief Librarian. And you're building that. What the fuck is this? Is this some kind of a...
Master, make no mistake, these are the Fallen.
Aha! So we have another Dark Angel chapter. Dark Angel on Dark Angel violence. What else is new? We may want to start breaking them down from a distance, because we don't really want to fuck with them. What are you showing me? Is some kind of unique Dark Angel mechanic telling me where there are relics of the Fallen? Alright, let's quickly tear this down, see if there's a response force that's gonna run in order to tear my shit up. Thermonuclear plant, yes, come on. Yay! Okay, we have our lava duct, so we should be doing a little bit better for power now. I kind of want... Pull back, pull back, pull back. I don't like it that... Are you just letting this dude just casually break your cover? I wasn't aware that Watchers in the Dark can speak. I don't know how I feel about knowing that now. Weapons of the Inner Circle. Let's just start researching shit because we're a little bit behind. Primaris Justicar? I really don't want to have Primaris on my on my territory. Oh. Oh, that's quite a bit. Okay. How are they able to see me? That's not. All right, now we know that there is a sizable formation of Dark Angels on our other flank. So you are. Mm-hmm. Nope, not what I needed to build. We're probably gonna get our shit pushed in, depending on where we end up in terms of the AI's attention. Like, we have a relic point. Deathwing Company champion, excellent. Let's increase that pop limit as well while we're here. Get all of this. Vindicator, light siege tank, effective against most targets, you say. Get that pop limit up. Standard of devastation, sure, why not? Chief Librarian. Well, that was, there goes our scout squad, I guess. Keep them at bay until you have a sustainable army. That's easier said than done. It's the PC is, the AIs are set for, you know, standard difficulty, but right, Deathwing Terminators, Deathwing Assault Terminators.
What is your will?
Generator here.
What is your will?
Tech Marine Terminator, excuse me, I didn't notice when he was swapped in. I'm not complaining. Okay, we need to...
Let no ones and I be our true-hearted and loyal sons. Yes, noble master.
Okay, I need to build another monastery.
Assembling target.
You believe? Let's not hold our breath for that one.
Let them tremble at the sight of me. Through the Emperor and Lion we serve mankind.
Personal teleporters, okay. Are we missing anything in our construction? Vehicles and buildings. We need to gear up to be able to resist heavy infantry, because that's mostly what we're going to be facing off against. Effective against most targets. Plasma cannon it is then. Let's move up so that we're able to respond quickly to whoever decides to fuck around. Deathwing Dreadnought, hell yes.
What is your will?
Power of the Battle Company Tier 3. How do I get Tier 3? What am I lacking? Local Dark Watcher, Terminator Chaplain. Am I missing a key research or something? Let's increase that pop limit. Okay. Let's attach you to a Deathwing company. Primaris Justiciar. I think I've built everything I need to build. Long range AoE. Heavy vehicles and buildings. Less effective against infantry. Inferno cannon. Monsters and demons. Let's give him an Inferno cannon just because it sounds terrifying. Right, whatever the Dark Angel force was doing over there, they seem to be mostly preoccupied with that. Let's, I guess, make a Primaris Justiciar, just because I'm not sure what else to make.
What is your will?
Mindworm. Allows Librarian to use Mindworm ability. Okay. Did I make a Librarian? Terminator Chaplain... Oh, there he is. Alright. Oh, he needs to deploy. Alright.
Ours is the stronger will!
Deathwing Standard Bearer, Deathwing Apothecary. Let's get some Assault Terminators up. and attach them to... What is that? What is that thing? Is that something that I need to pay attention to as a Dark Angel player? Because I remember finding things on the map that used to do that. There's an orc raw just underneath our base. They are going to come and shit down my neck very soon.
I have seen so many years of war.
So have you deploy over here. You load up. Ah, damn it, no, no. Shit, okay, I forgot that I didn't give them another weapon to use. Less effective against industry than lightning claws, effective against most types, increases defense. Let's just give them...
I am here to protect the honor of the chapter. I am here to protect the honor of the chapter.
Justiciar, what am I to do with you? Powers of Battle Company Tier 3. Am I missing an upgrade that I'm just not seeing? Involve Watcher in the Dark. Oni Dojo, am I stupid? Rites of Sabotage. Maybe there's a building that I've not yet constructed. Okay, that's... I guess it has to do with just the upgrade that we've chosen. I guess it's time to send in the Deathwing to fuck shit up. I've had quite enough of being neighbors with orcs. So we're going to produce another dreadnought, and really it only takes up one spot.
We are called by the chapter. Let my powers branches of humans.
Let's get an apothecary going as well. Right, there was a piece of research that I still needed. Someone's having fun over there. Oh no, it's someone shooting at me. No, I don't like that. Okay, we're about to go and invade the orc territory. Give me a builder servitory. We'll stage you over here. Alright, we're about to start our first approach. Well, let's see if we're getting our shit pushed in or not. Wait, these are orcs. What the hell is this? I don't know what this faction is. I don't know why we're killing them, but I guess we're killing them now. Move, 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 move. Oh, someone just lost, but... Alright, we lost 3 Terminators. Where is my... Killer cans? Is the Dreadnought already dead? No way. Ain't no way. Whirlwind. Are we still missing upgrades? Nope. Well, apparently they did, because these are orcs. constructs, but I'm not seeing any orcs fighting. That's... What the hell are you? Someone just called in air support, and that didn't look like a... That looked like a Valkyrie. No, none of these are Tau. None of these are Blueberry units. Alright, pull back. We need to build up infrastructure for easier reinforcements. I didn't lose that many. Yeah, these are cans. So orcs, but, like, this is not orc architecture, you know? Yeah, I know.
Their days were already numbered. Death from afar. A good vantage point. Fight with precision.
Yeah, it looked very off-brand. Ah, damn it, you were already fully loaded up, that's fine. We can harass them with artillery. Like, that is a commissar. Why is there orc stuff intermixed with what is obviously human construction? I do not understand who I'm fighting. Let's put down another one over here. Well, at the very least, we're not struggling for resources. At least that's nice. Let's get Belial on board. Lion L. Johnson, excuse me? We can just have a Primarch?
Enemy resistance encountered.
I'll just send in the Dreadnoughts to tear shit up. I am sorry, I can just have a Primarch? I think the reason for a lot of the troubles I've been having is that a lot of these units don't have great pathfinding. Excuse me, what in the fuck? I am just going to unleash a Primarch on them and call it a day. The Administratum don't want you to know this, but the Primarchs are free. You can just take them. I have a Primarch at home. If you ask very nicely. Alright, let's focus on stuff that's shooting at us.
We go into the darkness. Into the darkness.
Alright, let's... Dreadnoughts. Alright, let's give you a different targeting solution. Yeah, you know what? Plasma-equipped dreadnoughts. That's not horrifying enough.
No one shall know.
No one shall know is definitely the most Dark Angel statement of ever. Deathwing Kill Team, hell yes. That is an orc building, Blood Axe encampment, right next to a company HQ. The game just died. The game just died because it couldn't explain why two hypothetically hostile, never mind factions, computer-controlled players were teaming up and jointly building a base. Like, I'm not asking for an explanation why what appears to be an Imperial Guard formation was teaming up with a warband of orcs. There are supposed to be no teams on the map. It's supposed to be a free-for-all. I don't want to think about this. I am going to run another vote. Or am I, actually? Let me see the time. You know what? I'd say this is a good time to cut off the stream, actually. The Inquisition has halted this observation mission. You must never speak of what occurred here. Well, I mean, being the Dark Angels, I am the most likely party to have been sent to just purge everyone who's participating in this. So I guess it's sort of on brand. It's even more on brand that 2 separate chapters of Dark Angels were dispatched to just kill everyone in sight, including preferably each other. And the Primarch is supposed to show up any minute now. Okay, we're gonna raid out. Who we're gonna raid, I don't know. Dealer's choice, I guess. I lied. I'm gonna pick a specific target, sorry. What is even going on? Let's see. Let's see who is up. Who is up? Razorwind is doing stuff. What is he doing? He's doing Helldivers. I know that there are Helldiver heads in this chat, so I'm just gonna send you over to Razor. There he is. All right. Go enjoy your Helldivers. I hear the new War Bond is good, or whatever you Helldiver players like. Yeah. Remember to follow the socials, where we're back to our mostly regular programming. Socials, there we go. So next stream is on Saturday. Make sure to join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube, buy the merch. There's a new YouTube video up on the channel, so make sure to leave an engagement comment about how you hate Aikido too. Yeah, I am slowly approaching a point where I'm finally buying a new work desk. So look forward to us potentially returning with more hand cam streams once I figure out what to do with those hand cam streams. So I will keep everyone updated on the progress of that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Be safe, stay dangerous. This has been Koromaru Onii-san, reminding you to train a combative practice every day. Bye-bye.
Hey, Kodo! Thank you for the raid! Kodo! Thank you for the raid! Everybody, I'm Razorwind. I'm a tactical werewolf VTuber. Welcome. We're currently playing Helldivers. I know I'm wearing the cowboy drip right now. We were gonna do